The price of freedom is set by those who wish to destroy it.
What's the first thing that you remember that is still seared into your memory to this day?
I was sitting on the roof, not knowing how this invasion would manifest itself, right? I didn't know what it would look like. The fact that this madman across the border had actually launched a full-scale invasion of a sovereign country.
What was that like? What was the sentiment down there? Did they think it was going to last a long time? What was that like?
Everybody has sacrificed some part of their life for their nation's freedom, and they're not going to give that up. They're willing to fight and die for that.
All right, Nolan Peterson, it's great to have you in to still the fledgling subject matter expert.
Marty, it's good to see you, man. It's been a few years, and it's great to be back. So much has happened. A lot to talk about.
So much has happened. I think it's relevant to the conversation. Like I said, you and I have known each other for a few years now. I like to think back to a little airfield in Germany where we first came across each other, covering the same story. You graciously gave up a seat on a C-130 so I could go get some sick shots off the back of the aircraft while you were doing very legitimate reporting on, what would become a very real war. I think at that time it was preparing for a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine, and then years later that would all come to fruition. But before we get into all that, we should say Nolan Peterson, Air Force Academy grad, pilot, special operations pilot, combat veteran, veteran of conflict reporting. You've reported in conflicts around the world, not just Iraq and Afghanistan, but also Ukraine, also Tibet, also, I'm probably forgetting a few places. You can jump in there. And then on top of that, you've summited Mount Kilimanjaro twice. You're an adventurer. You've ran a marathon in Antarctica. You more recently, as you've kind of hung up, not permanently, but maybe hung up the journalism hat for a little while, you've been advising Tier 1 forces in the United States on the evolution of drone warfare. I think that for a show called Subject Matter Expert, it would be hard to find somebody that is more of an expert in their area than you. I'm very excited to have you on.
Well, I'm stoked to be here and glad to have a chance to share my experiences and tell you what I've learned over these past few years.
Yeah, well, we should just get right into it. I think a lot of people, if anybody recognizes your name, they probably first associate it with Ukraine. You've been living there since 2014. You met your wife there. You were reporting on the war in Ukraine before it was cool to report on the war in Ukraine. You started off in the Donbass in 2014, and then were on the ground in Kyiv in 2022 when Russia launched its full-scale invasion. And, all that time spent there, and I think for most people, they probably remember the news coverage of Russia invading in 2022. But again, you were on the ground. What's the first thing that you remember that is still seared into your memory to this day?
Well, by the time the full-scale invasion began in February 2022, and I had been living in Ukraine for 8 years. And throughout those 8 years, there had been this cloud hanging over Ukraine, which is this idea that someday that limited static war in the East and the Donbass could become something much worse. It could become this full-scale invasion, this, like World War II style conflict that seemed to many people outside of Ukraine to be kind of a far-fetched thing, right? We think that at our point in history, like something, a scene from the movie like Schindler's List just couldn't happen again. But the Ukrainians, they understood the nature of their neighbor. They knew what Russia had intended to do in 2014 when they first invaded, which was to destroy Ukrainian statehood. And so for 8 years, I had lived in this environment where there is this, like, you enjoy your day-to-day life, but there's always this like black cloud on the horizon, this unknown thing looming over your life. And I think that is the reality for many Ukrainians, as this war simmered in their country, knowing that that was sort of a ticking time bomb that they had to deal with. So, we get to 2022, been living under this threat for so long. And then, of course, in those last few months, as Russia built up its forces on the border, over 100,000 troops on the border, and there was this big debate in the media, are they really going to invade? Is it really going to happen? What are they what is Russia going to do? And I subscribed to the idea that it was going to be a full-scale invasion. I was utterly convinced that Russia's intent was never to take land in the east. It was always, like I said, to destroy Ukrainian statehood. And as we've seen now, it goes beyond that, just to destroy Ukrainian nationhood as well. But in those weeks prior to the full-scale invasion, it was like this steadily mounting tension in the country. And about a month prior to the full-scale invasion, I sent my wife, who's Ukrainian, to live abroad. And then I was basically every day out with civilians who were old men, young boys, men, women of all ages and all walks of life, training to go to war, training to defend their neighborhood. And, were ready to lay down their lives to defend against this invasion. And as I watched these civilians, I just kept thinking like you could see how patriotic they were, how much they believed in their country's future, and how committed they were to these democratic dreams for which they had already fought for 8 years. But then you keep wondering, like, are they really going to do it? When a Russian tank is rolling down their neighborhood, rolling down the street, are they really going to have the courage to stand their ground and fight back? Because as people who have been in combat, whether it's a combatant or as a journalist, like, you understand how terrifying it is, right? Like, to walk toward the sounds of gunfire and explosions requires an incredible amount of courage. And so I found myself wondering, this 8-year-long story I had been immersed in, like, we were coming to the culmination of it. Mm-hmm. And I wondered, like, after all these heroic people I'd met over these 8 years, like, this moment, is Ukraine really up to it? I'd always assumed they were this nation of heroes, and are they really going to come through in this moment of, this decisive moment presented itself? And so anyway, as we lead up to this culminating moment, February 24th, 2022, the night before the invasion, I actually had dinner with Sean Penn, the actor Sean Penn.
I remember you sending me a picture of that.
Yeah, and we had quite a few drinks that night and enjoyed being interviewed by him for his documentary about President Zelensky. And went home, and that night, President Putin of Russia gave this very kind of dark and chilling speech, effectively announcing his intent to invade. And at the time, I had been informed by some of my friends within the Ukrainian military that it'd probably be a good idea for me to not be at my apartment in Kyiv. There were rumors of kill lists if the Russians got into the city, and journalists they were looking to abduct. And so I don't know if I was on any of those lists, but I had been told that probably a good idea to not be sitting at your house. We had some previous security problems at our house over the years. So anyway, I was staying at a hotel in the city. And after Putin gave that speech, I said, okay, this is going to be it. So I went to the roof of that hotel, and this is like middle of the night, getting toward morning. And I was sitting on the roof, not knowing like how this invasion would manifest itself, right? Like, I didn't know what it would look like.
You're probably thinking, okay, shock and awe 2003. You know what that looked like. You probably saw it on CNN, right?
Yeah.
You saw what those skyline shots look like, and now you're looking out at the city of Kyiv. Are you kind of imagining this is...
Very much so. I'm thinking like they're going to go for like Desert Storm type, air invasion or, air attacks to lead the way for ground invasion. But still, like, Kyiv had been my home for 8 years, a European capital where you got movie theaters, McDonald's, Nike Town stores. And my wife and we had met there. We got married there. And so it was my home. And so there was a very like deep level of cognitive dissonance to be sitting on a rooftop waiting for a missile attack or an airstrikes on my hometown, effectively. And anyway, I was sitting up there on the roof, and suddenly you hear the ground shaking thunder of cruise missiles hitting the city. And I teared up, and I was just like, I just couldn't believe it. Mm-hmm. It happened. Even though this thing had been looming over my life for so long, the fact that this madman across the border had actually launched a full-scale invasion of a sovereign country. For that point, for God knows what intention at that point, I don't even think we even understood how dark those intentions were. But it just, I don't know, the full weight of history and the significance of the moment truly hit me when I heard those explosions. And then hours later, walking around Kyiv, seeing just hundreds and thousands of civilians with their suitcases, whatever they could grab from their apartments, going to the train station, trying to get out. And then in parallel to that, seeing the lines growing outside of recruitment stations where people were volunteering to go fight. And in many cases, my friends, a lot of friends who had previously served in the military, even friends who had never served in the military at all, grabbed whatever weapons they could find and went out to the northern part of the city and did exactly what I had wondered if they had the courage to do, which was to stare down those Russian invasion forces. And we all know that they did. They stopped the invasion and they saved their country.
And that's where I want to frame this moment for you, sitting on the rooftop on the night of this invasion. The buildup was coming. People outside of Ukraine knew this was probably going to happen. And everybody that was sort of betting on this, it was, hey, Russia's going to establish air superiority right off the bat. They're going to roll through. It will be Desert Storm in the effect of, instead of the United States, it's Russia, and they're just going to roll roughshod over Ukraine. They're going to take they're going to take Kyiv by, sun up probably, right? And you remember one of the initial attacks was they parachuted into Kyiv's international airport there, and that was one of the initial sort of firefights of the Kyiv area, right? So the intention was to come through there, and on top of that, there was the expectation that Russian forces were going to come down from Belarus, take Lviv in the west. Russia would come in from the east, take Kyiv, and naval forces down in Odesa would come in, and it would be over in 72 hours. A la Desert Storm or any other flash invasion style thing where a superior military force overtakes country. And then, it's like, hey, okay, then we get into the insurgency. I think everybody was betting on Ukrainians being willing to fight and put an insurgency up. And some of the military exercises that you and I both covered over the years very much were preparing for that, that possibility of happening. But an outright repelling of the Russian force, of the Russian invading force, I don't think anybody had that in their cards. And so for you to be sitting there not knowing that had happened yet, you don't know, you're hoping they can hold ground, but you've probably even got to wonder yourself, like, I'm probably sitting in a Russian occupied city 24 hours from now, right? You've got to have that in your head somewhere, right? At that point.
I mean, like at that point, the possibility seemed very realistic. And so you mentioned Desert Storm a few moments ago, and I think, there's kind of this cliche theory at this point in military doctrine called the OODA loop, right? There's a famous fighter pilot, the last name of Boyd, who came up with this, and it was sort of the operative concept of Desert Storm, which is, to put a long story short, if you can interrupt an adversary's decision-making cycle and paralyze them by cutting off, the administrative head of the state or like the chain of command within the military, by going after those central nodes of decision-making, you can paralyze the force that you were attacking. And I think that's exactly what Russia thought they could do to Ukraine. They thought that they could kill or capture Zelensky or take out the chain of command, and then like the organized resistance of Kyiv, which was key to their invasion plans to take over the country. They thought that they could just waltz in within a few days. Famously, a lot of the Russian invaders actually showed up with parade uniforms on them, on their persons, thinking that they're going to have this triumphant victory march. But the problem with that was, number one, Kyiv was not defended by conventional units on the outset of the invasion. Most, if not all, of the conventional units had shifted to the east, where even Ukraine's commanders, I think, were assuming the bulk of the invasion force was going to come from. And so in those first few days of the invasion, Kyiv's defense was largely carried out by civilians. And the fact is, there was no centralized defense. It was all these little pockets of decision-making taking place around the city in little villages where the territorial defense forces grabbing hunting rifles and going out and stopping Russian units, or drone units going on WhatsApp and creating WhatsApp chats and passing coordinates to artillery units stationed nearby. It was this ad hoc, decentralized defense that ended up being a brilliant way to defend against this attack on their supposed decision-making loops, because there was no decision-making node to attack. It was like a jellyfish with a brain in every tentacle, right? It was so dispersed that Russia could not create the confusion it wanted. And one of the Ukrainian soldiers, a good friend of mine who fought in Kyiv, said, is a great quote. He said, "Russia wanted to create chaos, but we created chaos all on our own." And so Russia's initial plan fell apart because you had this knee-jerk reaction by Ukrainian society to hold their ground and fight back. And really, I mean, it sounds, if you're trying to be a subject matter expert and quantify these things or find military doctrine to explain what happened, I mean, from my vantage point in those early days, I really could just attribute the success of Ukraine's defense to the spirit of the nation, their spirit of resistance, the will of the people to fight. That was a deciding factor that gave them the courage to hold their ground. And then after that, the regular conventional military was able to come back and put up a more organized defense. But it really came down in those early hours and those first days, like repelling the Russians at Hostomel. I had friends who were just like loading into their old Lada hatchbacks and driving out the Hostomel airport that day to reverse the Russian attempt to seize that facility. Like it really just came down to the will to fight. And I don't know how you measure that, how you can quantify that, how you prepare that. Probably latent within a society, but that's what saved Kyiv and then ultimately Ukraine in those early days.
Maybe the more apt analogy is not Desert Storm, but Lexington and Concord.
Yeah.
Minutemen rushing out, common people grabbing their rifle and just running towards where they is. And there's no centralized planning or centralized leadership. It is all just the mission was understood. Yeah,
it was. And they weren't, the Ukrainians weren't fighting to defend their state. They weren't fighting to save Zelensky. They were fighting to save their nation. Right. And I think there's probably nothing that unites a nation like a common enemy. And it made them angry. Like they, even though Ukraine was, it had regional differences, and over the years they've had, different internal problems, you could say. But at that moment, like the country unified like I had never seen in the face of this common threat. And that threat began as a threat to their freedom, but in the weeks that followed, once we had seen the atrocities that Russia had committed around Kyiv, I think Ukrainians understood that they were no longer fighting just for their freedom; they were fighting for their survival as well. But truly, it came down in those first few hours and days to just, it was a stress test of society to see if people were going to stand their ground and fight, or whether they were going to submit. And across the country, the will to fight was the dominant response, and that's why Russia failed.
Can you take me inside the train tunnels that people had to hunker down in? Again, you mentioned there's ballistic missiles, cruise missiles coming in.
Yeah.
These are not mortars. These are not small artillery pieces. These are things that can devastate a city block. People were hiding in train stations. I still remember a few photos that you sent back that showed men, women, children. Not a lot of men, actually. It was a lot of women and children. The men were older, it seemed, more senior citizens. In retrospect, I understand why.
Yeah.
But a lot of people hunkered down in train stations, subway stations, under buildings, underground. What was that like? What was the sentiment down there? Did people, I'm sure, fear, but did they think it was going to last a long time? What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, now when you go back to Kyiv, the bomb shelter routine is just a part of life and people have gotten used to it. But obviously when the war began, it was this huge interruption in people's lives, right? Like most people never experienced going down to a metro and hiding from a ballistic missile, right?
I only laugh because we all get so busy in our daily life. And I can just imagine you're a busy parent, a mom, a dad. You've got work, you've got deadlines and stuff. Like, I don't have time to be invaded right now. Like, I've got stuff to do.
Yeah.
And I just can imagine how, like, terrifying, yes, but also a knowing of, like, I really don't have time for this right now.
Yeah. Well, I think now, years later, you see you see more of that where, like, people, like, normal life is coexisting with the war in a way that in the beginning it was just like this complete break from normality. But yeah, in those early days, I think first the impression was, I had seen war previously in Iraq and Afghanistan and on the front lines in Ukraine in the trenches from 2014 to 2022. But never had I seen war from such a civilian perspective, in the sense that, like, this was a mass scale attack on a European capital. And to see that in wartime was like I say, it's something you'd seen in World War II movies, right? The scale of it, the incongruity to be in a beautiful subway station, while ballistic missiles are raining down above you, like that level of warfare, that violation of peace, that violation of civilization, of society, European society, is something I'd never experienced. And so there was like this just getting used to seeing war in this environment that was hard to get used to. But also, you looking, even though you're in this big space, you're very intimate with people and you're looking in their faces and you're seeing how children and their mothers and families are being affected emotionally by what's going on. But I think my most poignant memory of those first few days was, like you said, the question was still very much in doubt about what was going to happen. And people were worried, obviously, that the Russians could get into Kyiv and you're going to have some sort of like Stalingrad type defense of the city that's just going to level the place, like something like what ultimately happened to Mariupol or Bakhmut later on. So the people were very worried. And down in those underground spaces, while there's explosions going on overhead, I remember it's probably like the second night of the full-scale war. It was this place is filled with hundreds of people, and it's utterly silent in there. And there was one exception to the silence, and that was people on their smartphones listening over and over again to that speech by President Volodymyr Zelensky declaring that he was not going to leave the city. And they were just listening to it over and over again. And in that moment, it sounds, almost like a cliche, but I was like, all right, Ukraine's going to make it through this thing.
So let's compare that to the average here, right? Typically, country gets invaded, the president, the king, the whoever goes into exile somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? That's how you expect it to go. That's not how it went.
That's how it went in Afghanistan. Right? And, no president is perfect, but without a doubt, Zelensky's physical courage to put his life on the line for his country, that provided the impetus that I think supercharged that will to fight. And whether it was a civilian going out and fighting back against the Russian invaders, or a family hiding in a bomb shelter, finding that moral resilience, that emotional grit to get through this, he provided that for his country. And that was a turning point for sure. And you could see that manifest in the fact that maybe whenever they felt scared, they just returned to that little clip as sort of some way to like recharge their belief that they were going to survive this thing.
I've thought about that a lot, how he stayed in the face of clear assassination attempts, clear attempts on his life. I mean, and it makes sense, right? If I'm going to invade a country, I will try to cut off the head of the snake, right? Take out Saddam Hussein, take out Bin Laden, whatever it is, take out Hitler, right? Like that becomes a core mission anytime you are in a war campaign. And so take out Zelensky would have made a lot of sense from the Russian strategy perspective. From Zelensky's perspective, I think it was really smart to make that stand right off the bat because, and this is one thing I will give Ukrainians and the Ukrainian military and intelligence apparatus a lot of credit for. They were masters of the IO campaign, of the information campaign. They were
Yeah.
masters of it. They garnered international support really quickly. And you could tell from the very beginning that they knew what they were doing with that. Was Zelensky, I think him staying was part of that, in that he knew, okay, if I stay, it galvanizes the nation. The leader is staying and standing up and not running away. Just by announcing that I'm not leaving, if I do in fact still get killed, I'm now martyred. The country's still galvanized and wants to avenge me. Like, either way, for the sake of Ukraine, him staying was a very smart move. Maybe not for his physical safety, but for as a guy that I imagine cares deeply about his country, that it was kind of almost a win-win proposition for him by making that decision. That a very bold, brave. I don't want to take anything away from what it took to make that decision, because there was real efforts being made against his life. So to do that, it kind of ensured that the resistance would have longevity in Ukraine.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think, the Russians made the classic mistake of mirroring themselves onto their adversary, thinking because they are in an authoritarian state that if the leader of their victim, if they assumed that Ukraine was like that as well, they thought that you take away Zelensky and then everybody's just going to fold and come to the Russian side. And obviously the Ukrainians have a very distinct idea of their national identity, and they were never going to submit to the Russians. So the Russian plan was always doomed to fail. But I do think that, like you're laying out, that Zelensky very well understood. He's a master communicator. That, to capitalize on that latent resource within society, which is this desire to fight, to provide that symbol that they could fight for, because it unified the nation, right? Like it became a central node around which people could look that symbolized the nation's courage, and it symbolized the nation's courage to the world as well, and it helped to galvanize world support for Ukraine in those early days. But like I mentioned, like there's this disparate, like sort of decentralized will to fight. But then he provided that symbol of the country's will to fight, just like the Dalai Lama was for the Tibetan resistance or something like that. Like, to create that symbol, it became a rallying cry for the country that then to this day, 3.5 years later, we still see that will to fight unbroken.
It started there, but also, like I said, they were masterful about getting their story out and building not just the will to fight within their own country, but rallying the world around their cause in those early days. It, wasn't politicized like it is now. It was everybody kind of came to their aid in what way they could. Anybody that was a democracy that wanted to see democracy survive, right?
Yeah.
It was initially Zelensky's not going anywhere. And then it was the ghost of Kyiv. And then it was Snake Island, that, the radio transmission coming over that's like, I don't remember the verbiage now, but basically, fuck you, Russians.
Russian warship, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Things like that. And then, the largest airplane in the world was destroyed. They repelled the Russian paratroopers and the Spetsnaz at the airport.
Yeah.
These stories started to roll out to where, and you get 24 hours in, 48 hours in, 70 hours in. Oh, Russia still doesn't have air dominance yet, air superiority. That's weird.
Yeah, it's interesting you say all this, because I remember in those first few days, I won't pretend that I wasn't scared out of my mind, right? I was imagining a bunch of Chechen soldiers rolling into Kyiv and just raping and pillaging and killing all foreigners.
Yeah.
And I was nervous. I was like, okay, what's going to happen? This could get really dark really fast. But I noticed a trend among my Ukrainian friends, particularly those who had previously served in the military. Whenever I'd see them, they were smiling. They never doubted that they were going to survive this. Never. They knew in the fiber of their being that they were going to succeed. The Russians are idiots. They're fighting like idiots. They're fighting for an immoral, unjust cause, and we're going to win in the end. They always believe that. And I mean, I believe in Ukraine. I consider myself part Ukrainian because I lived there for so long. My wife is Ukrainian. But I was just really taken aback by that absolute faith and victory from day one. It wasn't like that they won a few battles and they got their morale up and they were going to do this. From the first day, they knew they were going to win. They believed so deeply in the justice of their cause and why they were fighting. They'd already fought for 8 years. those democratic dreams inspired them when they were young to go brave sniper fire on the Maidan during the Revolution of Dignity, when they overthrew the pro-Russian corrupt regime of Viktor Yanukovych. It inspired them then when Russia invaded in 2014 in the Donbass to form the volunteer battalions, when Ukraine's military was basically a disjointed ragtag force back in 2014. It was Ukrainian volunteers, many of whom were protesters in the revolution, grabbed weapons and went out and spoiled Russia's invasion plans in 2014. And that same spirit manifests again in 2022. But it was just like that ultimate faith and victory from the very beginning of the war that really, it was something to behold, and something that I think it speaks to why the Ukrainians were fighting in the first place, which is, they knew that they have every right to exist as a nation, as a state, and it was do or die. They would do whatever they could.
That fighting spirit was palpable. You were already there, and I, for a long time, and as somebody that's tried to cover war and conflict, but primarily in the Middle East, primarily my own past wars, saw this as an opportunity to go over and support, during what might have been the largest military operation in the 21st century, maybe possibly of the most consequence, certainly in the first quarter century. This is a very big deal, and I wanted to go report there myself. I thought that, again, Russian forces or Belarusian forces, either way, I thought forces were going to come down from Belarus and take Western Ukraine, cut it off from European support. And then just, again, if I'm in charge of the Russian military, what would I do? Right. And so I remember thinking, we all worked together back then. You were in Kyiv. Jericho Denman was coming in, and he was going to go push into initially Kyiv, but then down to Odessa. And then me and my brother Josh came in, and we're just going to stay put in Lviv. We weren't trying to necessarily go to the front, but we wanted to be there for what we thought was an inevitable force to come down from Belarus. And I bring that up to say, not to compare our experiences, you had much more harrowing experiences on multiple occasions in Ukraine than I did. But in those early days, being there and literally walking across the border from Poland into Ukraine and walking about 2 kilometers in to get our ride into Lviv and all that, as soon as you cross the border, people out there filling Molotov cocktails on their doorstep.
Yeah.
As soon as you walk down the road, people coming up and asking if you're here to fight.
Yeah.
Me and my brother look like. We didn't look like the typical journalists coming in. Look like a couple of Viking.
The Blackwater guys are here to help us out, man.
Yeah.
SEAL Team 6 has arrived.
Even when we, they had like their CI, their counterintelligence guys at the passport control.
Yeah.
And like, what are you here for? Like, journalists, media. And we had our Ukrainian MOD credentials, and they're like, yeah, journalists.
Thanks, whatever.
Good luck, guys.
The Russians are that way, man.
Go get them. Yeah, exactly. And, but it was like, okay, yeah. And, walking in and just, again, right there, right on the border with Poland, basically Poland, right? Except not, but only 100 meters in, you could already see people, and those folks that you could argue were as far away from the fight as you could be in Ukraine at that point, right?
Yeah.
And they were ready, like they were loading for bear. And then you got to Lviv. The entire city had been put into garrison, and all the statues and beautiful architecture. Like Lviv has been called the Paris of Eastern Europe, right? And it is. It's beautiful, beautiful city. Protecting all of their churches, wrapping and putting 2x4 structures around all their statues, soldiers everywhere, people training, militias. I got to go out and see an ad hoc, basically teenagers getting together, getting ready to be that sort of resistance there. That fighting spirit, and that was only 10 days in. This is 10 days after you were sitting on a roof, I think, or maybe it was 2 weeks. Not that long after.
Yeah.
But that what you were seeing in Kyiv was what was being seen down in Odessa, what was being seen in Mariupol, what was being seen in Lviv, and all those other, like, this was a nationwide effort. It wasn't just Kyiv. It wasn't just the folks in the Donbass or on the Eastern Front there. The entire nation was awakened by this.
Absolutely. And I think, as people who had, veterans who have served in Afghanistan, I think that, the war prior to February 24th, 2022, when the full-scale invasion began, the war in Ukraine was sort of analogous, I think, to our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, in the sense that that war in Eastern Ukraine was a bit quarantined from the rest of society. You had a warrior class who went out there and fought and the burdens of the war were largely limited to the people who were living sort of in the range of the weapons used in the war zone, and then the soldiers who served in that conflict over the years. But the rest of society, even in Kyiv prior to 2022, like, life kind of went on as normal, right?
Yeah.
Life went on, movies and parties, and like you find a way to carry on in wartime. But after the full-scale invasion, it was all hands on deck. Every inch of the country was under attack from the missiles. And you say, like, maybe things were more harrowing in some of the frontline cities, but even Lviv, you're getting missile attacks, and like you're still hearing the air raid alerts.
Got hit while we were there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a major missile attack on the International Legion barracks right in the beginning of the war.
I went to the funeral for those
killed
soldiers.
dozens. That was a very devastating attack. But I mean, what you're saying, it reminds me of something that made a huge impression on myself as well. Is in those first few weeks, my parents-in-law, my wife's parents, they live sort of in southeastern Ukraine, and I drove from Kyiv.
I was going to ask about that. Can you walk me through driving out of Kyiv in the middle of an invasion?
Man. And like, I speak Ukrainian with a very, very heavy American accent. And so every place I went, it's just, get out of the car, Kalashnikov in the face. Who are you? What are you doing? Some guys would give me a hard time, and other people were like, you got any javelins in the trunk? You got any F-16s hiding in there for you, man? So like, I'd say the overwhelming majority of the time, once they know you're American, there's a sense of solidarity. Like, okay, you're here, you're risking your life to be here in our darkest hour, so thank you. But yeah, it was like driving across like a Mad Max landscape. It was very intense.
And the threat doing that, it wasn't just Russians. It was also young Ukrainians that had never been formally trained, that were a little bit trigger happy at times, a little bit amped up on the moment.
Yeah.
And it was like, it wasn't just worrying about Russian missiles or attacks. It was also, you had a Ukrainian on every street corner with a loaded rifle for the first time, in many cases, their life, that were very, and this is the other thing I'll say, there was a fighting spirit there. Another thing that I saw that was pervasive was, especially in those early days, an extreme brand of paranoia, because the rumors of Russian infiltrators were everywhere. And so they were very paranoid. So it was, for you as a guy that's clearly not natively Ukrainian, because of your accent, it's possible that somebody's just, I'm not going to take the risk. It's you or me, and I'm not going to take the risk, right? Like, that's a real thing in war.
Well, I think, I mean, like, what you're describing is it's very accurate. Like, there was like this knee-jerk immune response across the entire country when the invasion happened, where every city, town, and hamlet out there, like, everybody resisted. There was block posts or checkpoints in every little town. You had people putting like stacked tires to burn as smoke screens. They were taking down road signs so the Russians wouldn't know where to go. They're building tank traps and trenches, like within hours of the invasion. And I've always wondered, like, where did all this knowledge come from? Like, where do people know how to build trenches and tank traps and do all these things? Like, pretty remarkable that there's like this latent understanding within society about how to defend the entire territory against an invasion, right? Like,
once your life depends on it, I bet you start getting pretty creative.
Yeah, like I was shocked. Like, I couldn't believe that everybody knew what to do from day one. Like, it was just an instinct. Everybody knew where to go and what to do, and you saw the entire society fortifying itself against the Russians. But you're right. Yeah, you have an entire military is heavily comprising civilians, many of whom have never served. A lot of people are nervous. A lot of misinformation. You don't know what to mean. Just, I mean, I remember even myself just on social media all the time I was quite literally planning my road route from Kyiv down to the south based on reports on Twitter about where the Russians are, like which roads to take, because some Russians were taking little towns around Kyiv. It was like trying to plot my course based on just what I'm reading on social media. So it was very confusing at that time, and that certainly feeds into paranoia. I mean, walking around Kyiv too during those first few weeks, you had all these territorial defense forces, so just civilians who were charged with kind of maintaining law and order within the city and defending the city. In many instances, like, they were walking around, guys who were working at a grocery store or sports shop a couple of weeks earlier, suddenly they're out there with Kalashnikovs looking for spies, right? So it was Yeah,
and this is
it was
still
hairy.
like,
It was nerve-wracking for sure.
and again, not to make too light of the situation, but just there is sometimes humor in war. And I sometimes think about like, yeah, you got a bunch of like, I mean, these guys are Eastern Europeans. They like to drink, they like to fight, they like to like. There's like some stereotypes that are true in my experience in Eastern Europe, and now all of a sudden their existence is being threatened, and they're ready to fight. Like you said, that fighting spirit was very alive, but they're like, these guys are still Ukrainians. Like some of these guys are like mobsters in real life. Like some of these guys, you know what I mean? And so then you're dealing with all of that too as the underlying. Like these are it's never so simple as one talking point, I don't think. And when you're resisting in a foreign invader like Russia, and everybody's got to jump in, you think about that in any city you live in where, hey man, you Nolan Peterson, you live in the DC area now, right? Like, can you imagine that, like, if DC was being invaded and now all of a sudden you're shoulder to shoulder with like the Crips or the Bloods in the city, and that sort of, like, that was kind of happening. And that adds into some of the confusion. That adds into, again, that brand of like Eastern European like ego, and just like, you know what I mean? Like this is, you've lived there. So I'm stereotyping a little bit right now, but having been to a bunch of places in Eastern Europe, I kind of laugh sometimes thinking about, man, these are the last guys I would want to invade, because just in normal peaceful times, these guys like to fight sometimes, like fight and drink, you know?
Yeah, so having lived in Ukraine for all those years prior to the full-scale invasion, like one of my first impressions in 2014 when I arrived in Ukraine was that a very American habit of making eye contact and smiling to people I'd walk by on the street. Like I walk by like, hey, like, like
good morning,
pull doors open for people, like all these things. And Ukrainians always look at you like, this guy is fucking crazy. Like, who's this lunatic walking around? And, Ukrainians are very typically, traditionally, from what I've seen, like kind of cold to people they don't know, to strangers. But once they decide that you are a friend or a trusted person, they will lay down in traffic for you. Like that binary sort of like, you're either nothing, you're everything in my life. It's pretty distinct. But I did notice for all those years I lived in Ukraine until 2022, you make eye contact with people on the street and they look at you like you're nuts, right? It is not received well. After that, after the full-scale invasion, talking about being down in the bomb shelters, it changed. I would notice people looking in my eyes and giving me a little nod. Just this little moment, like, we're going through this thing together. And you were drawing strength from this other person, this acknowledgement that another soul, another human being is going through this insane experience with you. And that was a very pronounced change that I picked up on, because that is an aspect of our culture, American culture, to kind of acknowledge strangers in that way with eye contact. And that started happening more often in Kyiv. And so I would say, there was some paranoia, but I also, I
don't even say that in a negative way, though. Like, it's like, it was a paranoia born of taking the situation extremely seriously.
There was like a zero tolerance policy for like being lackadaisical about security, and like they check every car.
Curfews were enforced.
But there was also this, and I referenced it earlier, like almost, if I could describe it as like an upbeat attitude about like, all right, we're pulling together. And it sounds almost like I'm giving you a propaganda line trying to paint this rosy picture of Ukraine, but it was actually like that. Like people pulled together. I remember going to my wife's hometown and just seeing this entire community out there, old men and young, you got kids sewing ghillie suit nets for snipers and like getting supplies and welcoming refugees from Kharkiv in the eastern part of the country into their city so that people had a place to live. And it was this absolute rallying around the nation's defense, everybody doing what they could to contribute to the national cause, that was really remarkable, and but it was like this. It was this instinctive thing that happened automatically within. There was no government program that created this. There was no like resistance plan from Kyiv that said like, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z to make sure national morale stays up. There's no propaganda campaign to make sure all this happened. It was organic and baked into Ukrainian society. And I think part of that is that this is a country that has, in living generations, earned their freedom.
Yep.
They weren't born into freedom. They didn't inherit it. Every person in Ukraine has fought in some way for the freedom that they have today, right? Like whether you grew up in the Soviet era and you've fought against corruption in the 90s and you've fought for the end of the Soviet system, whether you're a young person who risked your life in the revolution in 2014, or you fought in the East in 2014, 15 through 2022, or you fought in the full-scale war, or you've lost a family member to a Russian missile attack, or your kid was abducted, or something terrible. Like everybody has sacrificed some part of their life for their nation's freedom, and they're not going to give that up. They're willing to fight and die for that.
Most people in the world do not know what that's like.
No, and I think when you earn your freedom, like you're not going to give it up for anything. And we see that in Ukrainians. And I think that's an important lesson for all of us in the world to remember, is how precious freedom is. And, the price of freedom is set by those who wish to destroy it. The price of freedom is set by Russia or China or North Korea or Iran. And we see in Ukraine that they're willing to pay any price for their freedom because they understand what the alternative to freedom is, and they're never going to go back to that.
Nothing short of inspiring what they've done. It really is. And this is where I want to caution anybody that's listening to this and has political opinions about what the U.S.'s involvement should or shouldn't be in Ukraine and that war, or the level of investment, any of those things. I want to just strip all of that away and just look strictly at the Ukrainian people. And you have to tip your hat at people who have given up everything to maintain their country, to save a democracy, to do what they needed to do in the face of overwhelming odds. Like that can't be lost in some of these larger, more political conversations that happen. It's just, it really is incredible. And you've been able to have a front row seat to it for a long time now. Can you take me through what a day in Kyiv was like post the 2022 invasion? Like after the initial sort of shockwaves of the invasion and life started to settle in, and what the new normal would be. What does the new normal look like?
Well, during the Battle of Kyiv, during that first month, I mean, it was like walking through a zombie movie set, right? I mean, just this city with millions of people living there. Suddenly, most civilians who weren't involved in the fight, they evacuated. So you walk down Crescenta Boulevard, the Champs-Élysées of Kyiv, where you normally have thousands of cars and people walking on the sidewalk. It was empty. I could lay down in the middle of the street and not have to worry about getting run over. It was just absolutely insanely bizarre to be walking around this city, this metropolis that had been abandoned. And all the while, you're hearing the constant sounds of both artillery and small arms fire from the constant battles going around on the outskirts of the city. So it was a really apocalyptic environment in those first few weeks, mainly just because people evacuated, and you had the proximity of the fighting, which never truly entered the heart of Kyiv, was restricted to the outskirts of the city. But the day-to-day, just just nonstop fighting and air raid alerts and the random missile attacks. Although, the long-range strike threat against the heart of Kyiv really got worse after the actual Battle of Kyiv as time went on, and Russia found itself stalemated in this quagmire along the actual front lines in the east and the south. They were sort of building up this missile and drone strike campaign to break Ukraine's will to fight nationwide. So yeah, that first month, you live in this apocalyptic environment. And everybody was always very worried about what would happen. You're trying to plan your escape routes out of the city and whatnot if the worst should come to pass. Although I think after a couple of weeks, people generally understood that the Russians weren't going to get in the city. It became pretty clear. Remember that 50-kilometer long convoy or whatever got stalled and annihilated, and the Russians got stuck on the outskirts. And so I think people, within a couple of weeks, were quite confident that the city was gonna make it. After the Russians were defeated in Kyiv, and of course we all saw the horrific aftermath of evidence of what they had done in the places they had briefly occupied, like Bucha, Irpin, Horenka, where they just straight up slaughtered civilians for no good reason. There was a sort of I think that was an like a mindset shift or an emotional shift for the Ukrainian nation. Like I said, they understood that this war was about more than just their state's right to exist, their sovereignty. It was about their nation surviving, the Ukrainian language, their culture, the ability to call yourself Ukrainian, like their genetic code. You've seen Russians abducting children, raping women, killing men. Like it's an attempt to eradicate their national identity from both, the present moment and history. And Ukrainians then understood the gravity of what they were fighting. I think that evidence of what had happened in those suburbs around Kyiv really awakened them to the full darkness of what Russia was trying to accomplish. Then after the Russians left, life kind of returned to normal in Kyiv bit by bit. People started to return. And, through that spring and summer, my wife even came back with me to Kyiv. And then you get into the fall of 2022, and we had the first big missile strike campaign against the city center. The Shaheds began hitting the city center, and suddenly you entered this sort of new phase of life in Kyiv and most big cities around Ukraine, where you had these sort of intermittent doses of long-range strikes that just hit the centers of the city, killed civilians, and you can try and perform some mental gymnastics to find some legitimate military reason why Russia's doing what it's doing, but it really is to break the national will to fight by terrorizing civilians. And that long-range strike campaign has steadily increased in intensity and scale until we get to the point now where you're seeing nightly Shahed attacks against the country comprising more than 500 drones at a time, which is just massively more than what we saw a few years ago. So, within the city now, the daily routine is just, you always walk around with your phone. Most often you are aware of an air raid alert because of an alert on your phone. And it's, at first, whenever you hear the air raid alerts going off, you just probably look for a shelter, or you didn't really know what was going on. You're just I'll play it safe. I'll go. But now people look, and they have these Telegram channels where they will get updates from the Ukrainian Air Force or different spotters across the country, and what the threat is. So if it's some Shaheds, I got a couple hours before they get here. I'm gonna go get that workout in, or I'm gonna go to the grocery store. If it's a ballistic missile and you get 90 seconds, then you're gonna go run, probably find shelter because you don't know where it's gonna hit. But it's that bomb shelter life, that constant exposure to danger, and it wears on people. They're certainly not anywhere near broken by the stress of the long range strikes. People aren't they haven't lost their will to carry on by any stretch. So Russia has certainly failed in that regard. And I think that historically speaking, strategic bombing has never been able to break a nation's will to fight. And you certainly see that historical truth repeated in Ukraine. But it's exhausting, and especially now that Russia has sort of the domestic ability to sustain a burn rate of drones and missiles to kind of keep the pressure on these cities with these nightly attacks, it's exhausting.
There's no way they haven't been changed by this. For anybody that's alive and living in Ukraine right now, it'll be another generation before things really get back to normal after this war hopefully ends. There's no way they haven't been permanently that fight or flight constant stimulation of the brain. They are forever changed. They will be forever impacted by living through years of attempted occupation.
Yeah.
They'll never be different, or they'll never be the same. I'm sorry. It is. Again, I don't think, like you said, they've lost the will to fight or anything like that, but it is they went into 22 one way and they're going to come out the other end of this
absolutely
different.
Yeah. And that's where the Ukrainian story diverges very sharply from what we experienced when we were in the military, is that now the war is a burden that is shared by the entire society. Everybody has suffered in the war. Everybody has done something to contribute to the war effort. And so I think that there is a societal investment in their country's future that hadn't existed prior to the full scale war. But people are going to be dealing with the emotional consequences of this for generations to come. I just can't imagine the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, be like 9, 10, 11 years old and having to run to a bomb shelter while you hear ballistic missiles landing around you in your neighborhood. Like, that's terrifying for me as somebody who's been in conflict zones as a journalist. I can't imagine what that does to a child. I mean, even for me, I mean, from a very personal perspective, my wife, just beautiful young lady, educated, like just a normal woman with normal dreams in her life, prior to the full scale war. And I remember the first missile attack when she came back in the summer of 2022, and she was terrified. She was shaking for hours, just absolutely terrified to the core of her existence by what she had experienced. We were lying in bed at our apartment, and suddenly these missiles landed not too far from us and just shaking the walls and just grabbing her out of bed and running to the bomb shelter, or cats hiding under the bed and everything, and just pure panic. And she was deathly afraid. This past summer, we went back to Kyiv, and this past summer saw some of the heaviest bombardments against the city of the entire war. She's stone cold.
Mm-hmm.
No fear. She acts annoyed. She's like, I got to get some sleep tonight. I don't want to go to the bomb shelter. And I just see this transformation of my own wife by the war, the way she's been hardened by it, desensitized to the dangers. And I think for me, that was one of the most telling sort of barometers of what war does. Like we've experienced war as combatants. We've experienced wars as witnesses, as journalists. And this is the first time I had ever experienced war as a civilian, just kind of caught in the crossfire, worrying about his wife and our cat and our apartment and her parents. And that added a whole new dimension to my understanding of what war is, the tragedy of it, the violation of it. And I think I'd never felt so scared in my entire life. I've been in the trenches in the East under like sniper fire and artillery bombardments, and never felt anywhere near as scared as when I've got my wife's hand in mine and there's a bombardment and worrying about her safety and taking care of her. It's a completely new dimension to war. And I think coming back home to the United States, it certainly reinforces the message I try to bring back is we need to make sure Ukraine wins, because we never want this to manifest into a war that does anything close to the American homeland as what the Ukrainians have endured. We face adversaries now in China and Russia, and with new technologies like drones, where they can bring the war to our homeland and terrorize us and inflict, send Americans to bomb shelters like Ukrainians have endured for the last 3.5 years. They can do that now with new weapon systems, and they have the intent. We live in a war world where these adversaries are already at war with us in their minds. And I really want to drive home the point that we don't want to ever experience something like that in our homeland. And the best way to prevent that is to ensure that those brave soldiers in Ukraine are given what they need to keep that threat off our shores.
Well, that's actually a great segue with where I wanted to take this next. And I'll say, you talk about sort of this like existential threat from Russia. I think a lot of Americans, and I don't necessarily blame them for thinking this, would say, I don't know, that seems like a stretch. I don't know. I don't think Russia would invade America, right? I think people would rightly say, I don't know, that seems like a stretch. Like Europe, sure. Other European, especially former Soviet bloc countries, sure. People would question that. And it actually gets at a larger sort of narrative. I remember after Russia invaded, it was almost like the day after 9/11 in America, where everybody, regardless of political leaning or political party, was aligned, right? After 9/11, it was like, yep, this was terrible. We all agree on that. And we should go after the terrorists who were responsible. We all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Like, didn't really matter how you voted. After Russia invaded Ukraine in the United States, regardless of political identity, people seem to support the idea of like, yeah, I mean, everybody watched Red Dawn when they were a kid. At least us millennials and older, right?
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, go kick that red ass, like this is a democracy. We are invigorated by stories of rebellion against emperors and that sort of thing. And it was kind of like, regardless of political party, people were cheering on the Ukrainians and hoping that they would win even a battle and resist as long as they could. And again, talk about some of the stories that came out of, the ghost of Kyiv and Snake Island and some of these other things. They were going viral on social media throughout. Again, it didn't matter what corner of social media you belonged to or where your people were, it was making it in there and people were energized by it. Maybe as soon as a couple of months after, maybe as soon as, let's call it fall of 2022, autumn 2022, people started, and you look back, this happened with 9/11 too. People kind of returned to their corners.
Yeah.
With the matter of Ukraine and the support of it. One half of the country started to really question Ukraine, question Zelensky, question the, what was going on there. And, certainly there were narratives being pushed about how, that the country's corrupt or Zelensky's corrupt and we shouldn't be supporting these things. And, they provoked Russia and that sort of thing. And then on the other side, it became this very much an identity politics of I support Ukraine without even understanding anything about it. I support it almost like blindly to the point where I'm putting Ukrainian flags in my bio on social media and on my front yard and stuff. And even though I can't even point to where Ukraine is at on the map, right? And there were two sorts of, I kind of paint the two extremes there. I don't think most people were those extremes, but those extremes existed. And then there was a lot of people that just kind of like, no, I don't think the U.S. should be involved in Ukraine. And I hope this doesn't turn into World War III. And other people have like, no, this is an existential threat. We should do everything we can to support Ukraine. And I'll just say personally where I fall. I usually don't like to share my political opinions too much. I'm not going to tell you how I voted and all this other stuff, but I'll just say on this matter, hey, I went over and saw firsthand what was going on to it. Again, a limited degree, but saw firsthand.
Yeah.
I support the Ukrainian people and their resistance against this. Full stop. No problem. But I also expect our government to be able to tell us how the investment we make in Ukraine and supporting them, where those dollars are being spent, and to reassure us that everything's going to that war effort and that we're not just enriching executives for major U.S. contractors. Right? I think those are fair questions for me to ask. And I can still say, hey, I'm an ardent supporter, like Slava Ukraine. I support that, but have questions and want accountability. I say all that sort of monologue there to set this up of how did we get there? How did we slip back into it seems like it's a clear cut thing. You're like, oh, support democracy against oppression. How did is it just people reverting back to the mean? How did the sides get picked?
Yeah.
How did that, from your perspective, how did we get to a place where it is such a political hot topic to have, whether you support or don't support Ukraine?
Yeah. I mean, I think in some respects, Ukraine became like a Rorschach test for your political leanings, right?
Yeah, that's really what I was kind of getting at there.
And I don't think this explains all of it, but I think there are certainly a subset of, people in the country who just are reflexively against anything President Biden would do or against anything President Trump does. So there are some people who just, because this happened under President Biden's watch and our initial response or support for Ukrainians happened under his watch, that they were just going to oppose it all because it's politics, right? And they just want to bring down the other side.
Yep.
That's part of it. That doesn't explain all of it. I think within I think a subset of the Republican party or conservatives in general in our country, and even beyond just political labels, the veterans of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And then prior to those wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, our experiences in Vietnam, Korea, a steady stream of wars of questionable utility to our national security, national interest, in which we poured a lot of money, wasted lives, wasted decades with no clear intent, no clear path to victory. And it's jaded a lot of us to sort of the intent of our government and what their goal is with what we see now in Ukraine. It created this lens, and there's a lot of people who are so jaded by all the failings of our government in the past and all the questionable wars we've fought, that now that we face a war that we don't have the luxury of losing, a war that really is truly essential to our national security, in which we're not even fighting, we're just supporting the good guys in this conflict. We're so jaded and so clouded by all our past misdeeds that we can't understand that this is a war we don't have the luxury of losing, and it is an essential war, and it's a good war. genuine case of a country who is fighting for our foundational values of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness against an aggressor who wants to deny them those rights. A country, a post-Soviet country that was inspired by us. And 2014-15, I saw Ukrainians out there with American flags. Like, we gave them the example. We gave them the horizon for which they were trying to reach as they pursued their democratic dreams. They're fighting for everything that's good about us. And we owe it to them to support them. But that's the emotional argument. I think, the practical argument is that if Russia wins in Ukraine, that is just like step one in this process by which, Russia's goal is to bring down the American-led order in the world. And that's certainly China's intent as well. So to let Ukraine fall signals to every other autocratic nation in the world that they have free reign to go and oppress their neighbors. And that, like, 2 oceans and a border wall are not enough to protect our nation in a world that has gone feral with autocracies thinking that they can slaughter and oppress their neighbors. Like, we're naive to think that that's not going to get back to our shores. It absolutely will. And we already see now the ability of adversaries to use irregular, unconventional means to attack the homelands of the countries they're going after. China, last year, was 20,000 Chinese nationals caught at the southern border. Caught. Imagine how many more might be in our country laying the groundwork for some nationwide, like, Operation Spiderweb style drone attack against our military facilities, our airports, our national infrastructure, our energy sites. Like, that threat is real. And you cannot emphasize enough that Ukraine is that is the bulwark against the jungle growing back and encroaching upon our borders. Like, I've been to the village of Pripyat, north of Kyiv, where Chernobyl was. And I think it's a fitting metaphor for the world we live in, because you have this town, this brand new, like, beautiful, not beautiful, but like, it was like a very Soviet town.
I was going to say brutalist new architecture is not exactly, beautiful is not the adjective.
I misspoke for sure there, but like, it was, new and clean and untouched. And then it was evacuated in the wake of the Chernobyl disaster. And within, a matter of like a year, nature had invaded. Entropy had entered this town. Chaos had taken over. And that's very fitting, I think, for the world we live in, that in America, we need to keep pushing back on chaos, on the entropy. And the moment we stop doing that, it's going to get here. Because that's what our adversaries want. You listen to them. That's what they want. They want to bring us down. Right? They're not invading. Russia didn't invade Ukraine to take the Donbass. They invaded Ukraine as part of their plan to reshape the world the way they want. And China is even more of a threat because they literally want to overtake us as the most powerful country in the world. And the way to do that is not to outdo us with new technology. It's not to get a better economy. It's not to have better ideas. It's to bring us down. And Ukraine is a way to push back against that. It is the place where we can stop that slide to entropy before it gets to our shores. And the thing is, we're not trying to convince the Ukrainians to fight. We're not using them. They want to fight. We saw that in those first hours, like I described, of the full-scale invasion, where of their own accord, even when we didn't believe in them, we didn't give them what they needed to defend themselves in the beginning, but they still went out there and fought. We're not telling them to do this. We're not asking them to do this. We're not conniving them to do this. We're not fooling them to do this. We're not fighting the last Ukrainian, as some people would say. We are the beneficiaries of Ukraine's courage. And we get the preservation of our good fortune, our life, all the benefits we have of living in this country. We get to enjoy that without going to war a little longer, maybe sparing another generation or world war, thanks to the Ukrainians who are willing to hold that slide to entropy at bay for us for right now. And hopefully it lasts. It'll last if we give them the tools they need to win. But yeah, I think we in America have gotten used to the notion that we can lose wars and not suffer the consequences. Korea's a draw. We lost Afghanistan. We lost Vietnam. When Kabul was taken over by the Taliban, did life in America change? Did anything material? Did we lose any freedoms?
To this day, not a single person has been held accountable for anything to do with the war in Afghanistan or the withdrawal itself, which was a disaster. But that everybody, a thing that all Americans agree on, the withdrawal was a disaster.
Absolutely. And when Saigon fell, like did a life in our country get worse? So I can see the source of the skepticism of our support for Ukraine, because America's consistently fought wars and lost those wars. And then ultimately, if nothing changes, you're thinking, well, why did we fight the war in the first place? If life just kind of goes on anyway, what was the point of all the violence and the death and the money and all that? And so we've gotten lulled into this complacency, thinking that every war is a war that if we want to, we can just walk away from, and life is just going to go on as normal. But now we face a war that's not possible. And we're not even fighting in Ukraine, obviously. But we face a conflict that we can't let this one go. We can't just walk away from it and think that like we're going to go about our business for the next 50 years and nothing's going to be affected. Like we are on the cusp of a world now where we have rival adversaries who want to undermine us from within, destroy us, and overtake us in the world. And we're going to suffer the consequences and the actualization of their evil intents. And if we let Ukraine fall, it truly is the first line of defense against that threat that we face to our homeland.
Yeah, and I think too, China, the larger threat, but do they need to take over America? Do they need to invade America to destabilize us? No, we already see that. On the last episode, we had a former CIA case officer on, and he was talking about how the PRC literally had police checkpoints and stations set up in the Chinatowns of different American cities, like actual PRC officials.
Yeah, they're going after Tibetans.
Yeah, it's
Tibetan dissidents.
Like very bold stuff. And they know that they can destabilize that way. Russia knows that they can influence different ways. Again, they don't need, in order to knock America off as sort of the standard bearer of the world, as the world's sort of superpower, the world's police, like that sort of thing. They know that they don't need to necessarily take the country per se, at least not this century maybe, but they don't need to do that in the near term to knock us off. If they move the world off the dollar as the standard currency, things like that, like you can start to chink away at that. And then if you control a country like Ukraine, where how much of the world's grain comes from Ukraine, how important are those ports? How important are there's a couple of different things there, an entire population that you can now conscript that is all battle hardened, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of things that play into, like you said, is if Ukraine fell tomorrow and Russia won that war, and like, let's just call extreme scenario here, right? They take the entire country, right? And Ukraine is now Russia. Well, now if Russia wasn't as big of a threat before, they're more of a threat now, because now they have more resources, more people, more land area, more everything before, in order to then, it's a snowball that can continue to roll. And so I think when I think about this, when you're thinking about, well, why stop Russia now? Why is Ukraine this? It's a snowball that you don't want to continue to roll and accumulate. Like let's stop the snowball from going downhill.
Yeah, and I think a good sort of way to understand that too is like, a lot of people say that NATO's expansion eastward is what has inspired Russia to be aggressive.
Let me interrupt right there. I want to say like one thing right off the top, because this is a talking point that always agitates me.
It's so misguided.
Like, people talk about NATO like it's a country. It is not.
Yeah.
Just to like, and I'm almost like talking down to maybe some people in the audience right now, but NATO stands for North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It is a treaty among nations, individual nations.
Yeah.
It is not, when they say NATO's NATO's not a country.
Yeah.
Like it's, that's like, I think people frame that in a way that it's like it's this entity of its own. It's not, and it's agreement between
it's like
countries.
An empire or something like that.
I just want to say that right off the bat there, because people talk about like, oh, well, if Russia's just defending from NATO encroaching on its borders. Like NATO's not a country to encroach on anybody's borders.
And how can a defensive alliance encroach anyway? It's kind of antithetical to what a defensive alliance is. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't make sense if you. The only way it makes sense is if you think NATO is a country in itself, I don't think people literally think it's a country, but they pretend like it's got the authorities and the mechanisms of a sovereign nation.
Yeah, and of course, so new countries joining NATO, like the Baltic states, like that is not a threat to Russia's security. It is a threat to Russia's ambitions to reconquer its lost Soviet empire.
Yes.
That's why they're mad about those countries joining NATO or the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO. Not because they anticipate a threat from Ukraine. They don't anticipate a threat from Estonia. They're just pissed because it means they're not going to get those countries back. And that anger signifies the fact that they want to get them. So if anybody says, well, Russia will never invade the Baltics, they'll never do that. They'll never invade Norway or whatever.
Well, the people in the Baltics would disagree.
Or even in Norway. I was just recently there this year. They take it deadly seriously that Russia might try something. So like that Russian anger over NATO's expansion, it's not because they feel a threat from NATO. It's because they're angry that their desire, their fantasies of recovering this imperial greatness are being spoiled. And now they got to fight a war with the NATO alliance to get these countries.
I was going to say, let's talk about the actual threat. Why does it make it life hard on their ambitions? It's because if a country is a part of NATO, and if they can no longer just do what they did in Ukraine and invade a country without really any real world repercussions, you invade a NATO country, now you invoke Article 5, and it's attack on one country is an attack on all countries. Now they have to fight a multi-front, essentially a world war.
And you hope
they are not resourced to fight a world war.
NATO would actually fight that war. And I think that's a possibility we should be prepared for, that Russia might try and seize a little town in northern Norway. They might try and grab a plot of land in Estonia and then see, is NATO going to risk a major conventional war with Russia over a town in Estonia? Like,
no, and you bring up, that those barracks that were hit right on the Polish border there in the early days.
Yeah.
It wouldn't take much for that to, that's right on the Polish-Ukrainian border.
Oh, yeah.
It would not have taken much for that to just be off slightly, a digit off in the coordinates, right?
Absolutely.
They were, I think that was very calculated to see how the world responded to that attack. And I believe that there was, and it got chalked up to an accident. There was something that did land in Poland, I believe, at one point. And it was chalked up as an accident. I don't think it was an accident. I think it was, let's measure the response. Let's just see what happens. Let's see how the world responds. Let's see how the US responds. Let's see how Poland responds. Poland's also, Ukrainian's a massive nation. So is Poland.
Yeah, and you see industrial facilities catching fire across Europe right now, and we see a lot of sabotage going on within Europe. And it's just Russia's, they're pushing the envelope, using radioactive poison to kill people in the UK.
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Yeah, and I think you brought up earlier, people in America think, well, Russia's never going to invade us. They're not at war. But the thing is, I'm
not saying never, but let's call it in the next 10 or 20 years. It would take a massive the US would first have to become not the world's superpower, right? We would have to be massively destabilized first, I think. That's the initial goal, I would say, by China and Russia, is to massively destabilize us, remove us as the world's power, remove allies from us, make it uncool to be our ally, and then down the line, right? And I think that both Russia and China do a much better job of thinking long-term about these things than we do as Americans. Down the line, now America's not so hard to take on. I think that they both know today would probably not be great. But the thing is, they try to go toe-to-toe with us.
What I would argue, though, is that they are already going toe-to-toe. Because the Russian and Chinese understanding of war is not no war. For them, the dividing line between a state of no war and war is not, a Russian landing craft landing down the beach here, right? They don't think, for them, war is a sliding spectrum. There's a large gray zone between black and white absolutes. And clearly, China and Russia are already in that gray zone of war. They already consider themselves at war with us. And whether the shooting edge of that war is in eastern Ukraine or the Baltics or Poland or, God forbid, the United States one day, the fact is they're already at war with us in their understanding of war. So our understanding of war really comes down to kinetic strikes and whether we see fighter jets and bombs and but in their mind, their intent, war is politics by other means. Their political goal is to bring us down, and they're doing that by implementing a wide spectrum of irregular warfare activities that do not have to include the use of conventional military force as we understand it. So I would caution people thinking that Russia's not a threat because they come over here and they're smiling and then they're nice, affable people, but they are at war with us.
Yeah, and I don't disagree that Russia is a threat. I don't disagree that they are in like your analogy about the sliding spectrum of war. I agree with that. But I'm talking about like the way the average American is going to see this. For them, it's like I think war is one of those things that kind of takes two to tango. And if I'm the average American, let's say I'm the average American that does not support the U.S. supporting Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
They say like, well, Russia's not a threat to me. I mean, everybody's telling me that they're a threat, but I'm not getting shot at right now. Right. I think for a lot of people, they're not going to Russia. I'm at war with you. Like, all right, bro, I guess you're at war with me until I start getting shot at. You know, I think there's a little bit of that attitude. I'm grossly simplifying that. But I think until for Ukrainians, right, they were in a state of gradual war for in between 2014 and 2022. Right. Where, like you said, people in Kyiv, were they on the front lines directly affected by this in their day-to-day life? Not necessarily, not to the degree they were after it became a shooting war. Right? Yeah. That's when it became very real to them.
And that's what we need to prevent from happening. It's like the earlier we understand, like, let's stay at the point where we don't need the average American to understand the nature of the threat. If we
I don't want my daughter to be fighting these wars.
We don't want that to prevent, but if we just hide our heads in the sand and pretend like the threat isn't there, it will get to that point. You will see some manifestation of Russia and China's intent in our homeland to a degree that the average American is going to understand the true nature of the threat. We want to avoid that by having a clear-eyed and sober understanding of the intent of our adversaries. And like I said, keeping that chaos well outside of our borders now through a very wise and judicious support of our allies and our partners who are willing, for the sake of their own safety and their own existence, to keep those threats, quarantined to their backyards for us. And so, I understand. And I think that what you're describing is that's good. That is something we want to preserve, is this American feeling of safety in our homeland.
It just dawned on me too, the sort of original question here of like, how did it get politicized? How did half the country decide they don't want to, and the other half be almost overzealously in support? It just kind of dawned on me that, for the last 20 plus years, Americans have been told we need to fight them over there so that we don't have to fight them here. And it was kind of disingenuous.
And we kept losing, and then nothing ever happened.
That's
here.
what I'm saying.
Exactly.
So it almost kind of makes it like I'm kind of coming to this realization right here of like, we got to fight them over there so that we don't have to fight them here is going to fall on some deaf ears here, because people were told that for 20 years.
Exactly. And like the thing, that's the tragedy is like, I mean, from what I've seen on the front lines in Ukraine now since 2014, and then in other places, like, I've done work with the Tibetan resistance too from China, like this threat is actually going to affect us and get us here. And it's just, I completely understand people who would be questioning or skeptical about America's intent, because we have fought dumb wars for the sake of the military-industrial complex before. We were a part of that, right? I remember being in Iraq, putting together like PowerPoint slides each week for the commanders about the terrorists we were going after with Air Force Special Operations aircraft assets. And like I would get questions like, well, how many did we kill this week, or how many did we capture? We need to get those numbers up to make sure that we're. Man, it's like, am I talking to like McNamara's ghost here? Like we need to like get our body counts up to mathematically win this thing. And it's just like, it really jaded me to what I had spent my youth in service of. Like I was 19 on 9/11. I was a sophomore at the Air Force Academy, and I was filled with this unstoppable urge to get revenge for what happened to my country, to make sure it never happened again. I felt like I wanted to give my youth to this cause. And then I remember my first deployment to Afghanistan, after having gone through all the training to become a pilot and all this stuff. And I went on my first mission, and it was just like, I still get goosebumps thinking, I was so proud of myself. I had made it. I was an Air Force Special Operations pilot. I had just gone out there and supported a Special Operations team on the ground to go kill some terrorist asshole. It was the proudest moment of my life, culmination of everything I had done to that point in my life. And I'd flown with this like old grizzled pilot who's like, like 6th or 7th deployment or something like that. We're going to the chow hall that night, walking around Disney and Bagram, the main boulevard in Bagram named Disney. Going to the chow hall, and this guy is just like, he's just kind of quiet and he's pissed off, and he's like, this is the 3rd time I've gone after that same fucking guy. We keep capturing him, imprisoning him, and then releasing him. And he said something to me to the effect of, Like, I've missed years with my wife. I've missed my kids growing up. For what?
Mm-hmm.
What have I done? What have I accomplished? And like, for me, it was just this incredibly deflating moment because I was so proud. And then I realized this guy, he's just on this hamster wheel military operations that he felt like was accomplishing nothing toward actually winning the war. And I felt jaded. I felt like I didn't understand what we were there for anymore. Like, all that energy, all that anger, all that patriotism from 9/11 kind of, it began its slow decline that day. And just this beginning of this latent sort of tendency to distrust what the government was telling me. And then I went back as a journalist to Afghanistan. You'd ask all the soldiers, like, how do you define victory? And nobody could ever tell you what they were actually fighting for in Afghanistan. So, fast forward to Ukraine, that sense of betrayal, maybe among our generation of veterans, or that sense of disgust, that sense, let's just leave it all behind us, whatever. You look at the war in Ukraine, you see all this American stuff going to support this war. Like, I can put myself in the shoes of the veterans, because I am a veteran, and understand why some people are skeptical about the utility of supporting Ukraine, thinking that this is all some scheme just to make money and whatever, and being skeptical perhaps of the journalism, the media coverage of the war, thinking the picture is way too rosy, and then the media has had kind of a bad track record over the last 5-10 years of bending some journalism ethics for the sake of going after stories that they thought were sort of existentially important to our country. It's like using anonymous sources and bending all these rules that ultimately, I think, undercut our nation's faith in journalism. And so now you get this war where America is massively supporting this country under attack. You have the media all on the same page, and it just feeds into every lane of paranoia that people of our generation have built over the decades of these failed wars we fought in, the wars that our parents fought in Vietnam, that was just as pointless and sort of inconsequential to our nation's security in the end. And I get it. I get why they might look at Ukraine as just another case study, another data point in the same story repeated over and over and over again. But the danger to our country's future is that we're so jaded, we don't recognize when we're fighting another World War II style war that we cannot lose. Like, World War II was fought, besides the attack on Pearl Harbor on our nation's homeland, that war was fought abroad as well. We were fighting to keep those enemies at bay in their neighborhoods. And so, the same concept of World War II, I think, applies to Ukraine. But the bottom line being, we should not be so blinded by our country's past failings that we do not see a true threat when it manifests in front of ourselves.
That story of you and Bagram coming to that realization and the gravity of it, I just, I can't help but think, unneeded wars are fueled by a nation's youthful vigor and patriotism, or the vigor and patriotism of the youth, right?
Yeah.
That's it. They need young Nolan Petersons and Marty Skovlunds, these others that are excited to go do their part, excited to go fight in their nation's war.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what is required to go fight what is essentially unneeded wars. Because the wars that are like what's going on in Ukraine, where it's for the soul of a nation, for the literal survival of a nation and a people, you don't need to prey on the young. You don't need to prey on the patriotism or the youthful vigor of 17 to 24-year-olds. It's everybody. It's all hands in. It's everything. You don't need any of that to fight those wars. It's the ones that are wars of choice, like Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam and a lot of the other places that we've gone into, where you need 17 to 24-year-olds that are just excited to go do their part, live up to their family name. My grandpa served in World War II. My grandpa landed at Normandy, and I want to go live up to his legend, right? Like, and how many young men and young women across the country have had that same thought, especially at that age of, I'm going to go do my part. I'm going to go kill a terrorist. I'm going to go fight the bad guy, only to find out again, it only pertains to the wars of choice.
Yeah.
They wouldn't work if it weren't for youth that wanted to go do their part. And
you're exploiting the most heroic aspect of our genetic code, right? Like that young people, men and women alike, when they see an injustice, more often than not, they're willing to do something to fix it, right?
Because you don't want cowardly youth. You don't want youth that are, young men and young women who aren't willing to go fight for their country. You want that.
Yeah, like that.
We have a moral obligation as a country not to take advantage of that, though. And we have, the evidence is pretty damning on whether we've done the right thing in that regard.
Like that Theodore Roosevelt quote, like, we don't want to be people who think there's nothing for which is willing to fight. Like, there are things worth fighting for. And we don't have to fight for Ukraine. We're not fighting. We're just giving them the tools they need to carry on their own fight. Ukrainians, like you just pointed out, this is not a war. The only aspect of this war in Ukraine that is a choice is Russia's choice. The choice of Russia to invade. Ukrainians have no choice. Because Russia, for the last 3.5 years, is on the offensive. If the Ukrainians, Ukrainians basically have their thumbs in a leaking dam, and the minute they pull that out, it's going to flood. They have to keep pushing back. The Ukrainians are fighting every day, not to take a little piece of territory or this or that. They're fighting back to keep the Russian offensive invasion at bay, to hold back that pressure of this invasion force. They cannot stop fighting. They can't stop, because if they fight, their country doesn't exist. And it's not, and clearly, again, it's not about land or whatever. You look at every single settlement that Russia has taken in Ukraine, it's the same pattern. Slaughtering civilians, raping women, abducting children, leveling entire cities. And I think one of the things that shocked me and shocked many Ukrainians in the beginning of the war was that, the Russians invaded, got to the outskirts of Kyiv, and immediately started killing civilians, started torturing civilians. It's not like some soldier in Vietnam, American soldier in Vietnam, has been out in the jungle for 8 months and seen all his buddies get killed, and you kind of lose your humanity by the violence of combat over an extended amount of time. Like, war can dehumanize you. It can do crazy things to your psyche. We all know that. But these Russian soldiers stepped over the border on day one, ready to rape, murder, destroy, loot, abduct children. Like, they were ready the moment the war started to do that. And that's the nature of the enemy Ukrainians face. And they know that they can't surrender to this. And they can't even negotiate a deal that is like less than ideal for them, because they know that that's just a pause in the war, because Russia's intent is not territorial. It is to destroy the country. And any peace negotiation that fails to address Russia's maximalist goals in Ukraine is bound to fail, because Russia has not abandoned that goal. And it's not my theory, just listen to what they say. They want, that is their intent, and they clearly state it. They want to destroy not just Ukrainian statehood, but the nation, the identity, the ethnic genetic code that goes into what constitutes a Ukrainian human being. They want to eradicate that from the earth. And how does Ukraine negotiate with that? Do they think trading 10, 20, 30, 40 kilometers of territory is going to diminish that Russian intent to destroy them? And then you have Ukraine, Russia wants to destroy Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't want to be destroyed. Can Ukraine trade 10, 30% destruction of its nationhood for the sake of appeasing Russia? Like, where's the line, right? And so I think, we are in a situation where we cannot convince Russia to stop fighting. We have to coerce them to stop fighting. And if that's not possible on the battlefield, that there are other mechanisms like massive, very punishing sanctions that take their economy back to the Stone Age that could possibly, at least in a very material sense, prevent them from carrying out this war, continuing it any longer.
There's a way to break the will of Russians to fight, and we have the tools. Crack of water here. There was early sanctions. There was early sanctions when they first invaded, and I've always felt that there wasn't a lot of teeth there, and all the Russian billionaires are still billionaires, and it's Vladimir Putin still president. There's still, I don't know. It doesn't feel like they had the teeth that they needed to really do what the intent, the publicly stated intent was, But I want to kind of switch over. You're very well aware of drone warfare at this point, thing or two about it. Not just because, you come from a background in aviation as an Air Force Special Operations pilot, but also what you've seen around the world, and particularly in Ukraine. I'm going to kind of consult my notes here a little bit, but by 2024, some Ukrainian estimates said drones accounted for 69% of strikes on troops and 75% on vehicles and equipment. When we look at this, has the war in Ukraine permanently changed what warfare is at this point?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the latest numbers I hear from Ukrainians is like something around 80% of Russian casualties killed and wounded are now caused by small tactical drones. So, I mean, I think the way I've described, because you hear a lot of people looking, who analyze drone warfare, and they tend to focus on what drones are going to replace. Do drones replace stealth fighter jets or tanks or javelins? And I'd argue they don't replace anything. What they do is they add another option for warfare. Mm-hmm. It's like a painter with a new color on his palette to which he can create a more beautiful picture, right? Mm-hmm. They give you more options. And so, my former background as an Air Force Special Operations pilot, basically the way my aircraft fit into the war is that if you had a special operations team going out to attack a compound somewhere in Afghanistan or Iraq, before that raid, you would have what we call a stack of aircraft built over that target. So you got like my plane providing ISR and other options. You'd have fighter jets. You'd have Predator, large, very high-tech surveillance drones flying around. You got refueling tankers flying around somewhere else. You got AWACS flying. You have all this metal in the air providing this like very networked architecture of capabilities to support the dude in the ground. And so when you have a special operator attacking the compound, he's got basically on the radio an eye in the sky, like, hey, there's a bad guy behind that wall, or somebody hiding in that bush. Mm-hmm. You're getting like this spectacular support through these assets in the sky, who can also obviously put weapons on target to take out the enemy. So it is an enabling and a force multiplier for our ground forces that like massively increased what they could accomplish, but also saved lives, and something we got quite dependent on over time too. Our special operations force on the ground became quite accustomed to having constant ISR coverage, constant ability to get close air support. Anyway, that whole architecture, that stack, is dependent upon having air dominance. Yep. You can't fly all that stuff if you're worried about an enemy fighter jet or an enemy surface-to-air missile taking somebody out, right? Like my plane, we had a lot of advanced stuff on our plane, but the actual airframe wasn't that advanced. We're just putting around at a certain altitude. We're sitting ducks if our enemy had any capability to shoot us down. In Ukraine now, and this is a product of tactics and doctrine, the Ukrainians are able to replicate the effects of that stack that we implemented using like all these advanced fighter jets and satellite coverage and all that stuff. They can do all that now with small drones. Mm-hmm. And I would say maybe even more effectively in some instances. So they create these, what I would call like an air littoral stack. So a stack in the low altitude airspace comprising solely small tactical drones. So many of them like basically repurposed or reimagined commercial drones. And they've got fixed wing ISR, quadcopter bombers, fixed wing bombers. They've got the FPV drones, which are controlled by a pilot wearing virtual reality glasses. They've got unmanned ground vehicles going out there delivering supplies and deploying other drones and mines. This whole this whole network, this whole cluster of unmanned assets, recreating what we did with these more advanced tools. And you can accomplish all this without having established air superiority in the conventional understanding of what air superiority is, right? Mm-hmm. Neither side has air dominance on the battlefield in Ukraine. But I could imagine a situation where maybe Russia had established air dominance. Ukrainians could still reposition these clouds of drones, so to speak, mm-hmm. these air littoral stacks over a part of the battlefield, even if Ukrainian or Russian fighter jets are flying around, and establish for a brief moment in time something equivalent to air superiority over that part of the battlefield using drones. Because each one of these drone stacks is basically its own self-contained little unit with kill chains operating within the unit, operating extremely quickly. So you got ISR quadcopters talking to FPV teams, finding and eliminating targets in very short time orders without having to radio back to some tactical operations center or joint operations center, getting, approval to go after the targets, all happening very quickly within these teams. And it is able to give the possibility of achieving a certain effect to both Ukrainian and Russian forces that they were never able to achieve before unless they had achieved air superiority first. So it basically takes the establishment of air superiority out of the checklist of things you need to accomplish to achieve a certain effect on the battlefield. That's important for us to understand because we assume if we have air superiority, our adversaries can't do those things to us. Now they can. And also on the flip side, if we went to war against China or even Russia, and they had some, aerial denial capabilities, or they had, a contested airspace, basically, we can still achieve certain effects on the battlefield, even if we have failed to achieve air superiority or air dominance right off the bat, too. So it adds another dimension to warfare that didn't exist previous to 2022. But it doesn't negate the necessity of these other traditional warfighting tools that we have. But we have to learn to accept this new reality and be prepared for it. I think for me, from ground level, the most sort of poignant change I've seen over the 3.5 years of the full-scale war compared. So, prior to 2022, the war was largely like artillery and mortars. And even in the first, I'd say like 1.5 years of the full-scale war is mainly an artillery war. And you go out under artillery fire, it's very scary, obviously. Like any human being is going to feel frightened about it, but you can get used to it. And there are mathematical things you can do under artillery fire to stay safe. You disperse your units. You can go obviously into a basement or a shelter. You drive cars there's a lot of things you can do that are like just ticking the odds in your favor to survive an artillery strike. Well, drones is different because the drone it's not just some trajectory fired into the ether. It's a machine with a human being hunting you, trying to kill you. You can run behind a tree, it's going to go fly around that tree and try and kill you. You can run into a basement, it's going to fly into the basement and try and kill you. You can get a car, it's going to try and fly through the window of the car if it's left open to kill you. Like, you have to outsmart your adversary or outmaneuver that adversary in a way that you don't have to do with artillery. And there's not just simple mathematical things anymore. You literally are in this this man-to-man fight, like this,
like the difference between
single battle or something like
fighting
that.
in 2D and now you have to fight in 3D, but you're used to fighting in 2D, and it just...
you think about like when you take fire traditionally, what do? You sprawl on the ground just to lower your profile so that in the horizontal plane, you're less of a target. Well, if you do that, that doesn't work with drone warfare, right? Like all these, even like...
You're easier to see like sprawled out on the ground.
Or even with artillery fire, like what's the most... Like the day one of basic training, what they tell you to do is like spread out, right? So one grenade is not going to kill 10 people. You spread out, and it just reduces the risk of indirect fire killing a massive amount of soldiers. Well, in a drone war, when you're dealing with non-tethered drones, the drones that still get a radio signal, what you see is many ground units will have one dude with like an electronic warfare backpack that provides like a little jamming bubble around you. So in those instances, it's better for soldiers to cluster together, to stay within this sort of protective umbrella of electromagnetic jamming so that a drone probably can't get in there and kill you. So spreading out is dangerous because you're out of this protective umbrella. And so these are kind of, very primitive examples, but it does show you that even the most basic level of combat, drone warfare changes. But for me, it was the fear that was so distinct from what I'd experienced in Iraq and Afghanistan as a pilot and as a journalist, because, as a pilot between missions, you go back to your base, you grab a Subway sandwich, play little video games, maybe hit the gym or whatever. But you feel like you have a relatively safe place between missions into which you can decompress, even as a ranger, right? You go back to your
live down the airfield.
You're going to chill, you're going to have a shower, hit the gym, whatever, get some chow with your buddies, and like you can decompress. In Ukraine, it's like 24/7, you're worried about dying all the time. You're in contact every second of every day. And you always have to be at your best because a drone is going to kill you if you slip up. If you leave a piece of trash outside, the drones are going to know where you're hiding and they're going to kill you. Right? Like it's always, and that constant psychological stress, like maybe like the Battle of Bastogne or something in World War II is equivalent in the sense of like the demands on the grit and courage of the soldiers who fight under such stress. Like that is a type of warfare like that is what we're going to face in a war against China.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that our commanders in the training that we're doing now, they understand that that psychological stress is going to be like deterministic, I think, in our ability to endure that kind of conflict.
Well, I want to get to China and what they're doing with drones and its impact on us and our national security. But first, I think it's worth noting that everything that you're saying, like, yeah, it sounds like warfare has changed. You don't put this back in the box, right?
Right.
Like, this is something where even when you think about how you train soldiers in basic training, you're no longer, just doing 3 to 5 second rushes and things like that. That's no longer, you have to put an asterisk on everything. Like you said, if there's certain scenarios where no, you don't spread out, you actually group together, things like that. That's, the whole point of things like basic training, these like regular sort of infantry training, right, is to make processes repeatable and without having to think a lot. Like, just you can react, you do the battle drill, right? React to contact, react to an ambush. These are things you drill and you can do them almost without even thinking about them. Well, in drone warfare, it's like, no, you need even the most junior private to be playing chess out there with you, right?
Yeah.
Like, not that you eliminate the need for small unit leadership or things like that, but I imagine a lot of these guys are still working in small teams and that sort of thing. But it's not, there's no longer just, oh, this happened, we do this. It's now, well, this happened, but what are the conditions? What are the mitigating circumstances of what's the move here? How, like, you're asking low-level leaders on the battlefield to make decisions of great consequence on matters that most of them, the average soldier, is not traditionally trained on. Like, you as an aviator in the Air Force are going to understand concepts of drone warfare a lot more easy than somebody that joins the Army to be an infantryman or a paratrooper or something like that, right? But really, in this, with the environment that you're describing, it seems like the sort of specialist on the battlefield, the private on the battlefield as an infantryman, has to understand concepts of aerial warfare, drone warfare, as much, if even not even more, than an aviator. Has to understand the concepts and the theories and the strategies behind it. And I think that's really interesting. Like, if that is what is now going to be asked of our warfighters, of the people that are going out and doing this, and this is what they have to train for, you are fundamentally changing the type of person that you even recruit for.
Yeah. And I think, like, drone warfare, like, so a Ukrainian soldier friend of mine told me, he said, every soldier now needs to know how to shoot a rifle, how to fly a drone, and drive a car. Mm-hmm. It is a fundamental skill of every soldier to know how to use a drone. And I wouldn't make this argument, but I would say people focus on drones replacing artillery and stealth fighters. I think it's more apt, although I wouldn't totally make this argument, but I would say, like, we're closer to the end of the spectrum where drones are going to replace rifles, not fighter jets. Like, a Ukrainian National Guard brigade I spent some time with in my last trip this summer to Ukraine, they said they had, about a year and a half or 2 years ago, they transitioned mainly to being a drone unit. From originally, there was a bunch of guys out there with Kalashnikovs holding the line. Now they use almost exclusively all drones. They say that they probably they can go weeks without actually shooting their rifles. But since they've started using drones, their casualties have gone down by 70%, because now they can engage the enemies at distance. Each soldier, so in one battle over a span of like 2 weeks, some of their drone operators were killing well over 100 Russian soldiers apiece. So, like, you think, like, the best snipers in the history of warfare, like, their kill list, or, like, their kill tallies over an entire career might be 100 enemy or something like that. Now you've got, like, 19-year-old baristas out there killing 100 Russians over a span of a couple weeks using drones. So, like, the amplification of the lethality of a soldier is just, it's like, it's meteoric with the use of drones. So, yeah, like, on the most, I think that, like, the argument always, like I keep saying, like, it keeps focusing on these high-level weapon systems that drones are replacing, but really at the most, like, basic, boots-on-the-ground, simple level of warfare, drones are having a fundamentally, like, earth-shattering effect on the basic realities of combat. And I think we need to understand that. And also, like, the advancements we've seen in drone warfare, as I laid out in that analogy of the stack and all that, those advancements aren't necessarily related to any like great leaps in drone warfare technology over the last 3.5 years in Ukraine. They really are leaps in creativity and imagination, the development of doctrine and tactics, right? Recently, we saw some stories where Ukrainian intel had uncovered that some Colombian cartels and Mexican cartels had tried to infiltrate agents into Ukraine to serve as volunteers and pick up drone warfare skills and then return back. Well, recently, we just saw a couple of days ago, a Colombian police helicopter was shot down by an FPV drone. Mm-hmm. And that underscores the fact that the proliferation of drone warfare is a unique proliferation of a weapons technology in the sense that it is the proliferation of a skill rather than any particular technology that is so dangerous. And so the Ukrainians and the Russians both have been learning how to create a drone warfare ecosystem, if you want to call it that, and to use these previously commercially available technologies repurposed for warfare in creative and innovative ways to achieve effects on the battlefield that were previously exclusive to major militaries that could field these like very exquisite weapon systems.
You know, conventional wisdom would say that the United States, coming out of 20 years of war, is among the most combat experienced country in the world, right? Like our military has actively serving veterans who have fought for 20 plus years. Not all of them, obviously, not at the most junior ranks, but I guess it's possible that we're the most experienced military in Earth at fighting the last war, but not the next war. It sounds like Ukraine and Russia might actually be the most experienced in what the next war will be.
Yeah, like I would absolutely agree with that. And you see like China trying to learn lessons from this war. And you look at Ukraine and Russia too, and it's not just on the battlefield where you see them. It's like they call it a duel between sword and shield. This constant iteration between new like offensive technologies and tactics and defensive technologies and tactics, just driving this really rapid pace of innovation. But beyond the battlefield too, both Russia and Ukraine, like they're implementing drone piloting and engineering programs at like middle school or high school, right? You know, all their military training, they're incorporating drone training. It is something that they are understanding and banking on as a long-term program to build up a capability for the future. They see this not as some passing fad, but as something that will reshape their ability to prosecute wars for generations to come. And no doubt China understands that as well.
Yeah. Well, another statistic here, you know, obviously Ukraine recognizes the importance of drone, and specifically their FPV drone manufacturing capacity has gone up pretty dramatically. Some reports are saying their monthly capacity jumped from about 20,000 drones per month in 2024 to 200,000 in 2025 per month. What does that kind of volume mean tactically for soldiers on the battlefield, whether it's in Ukraine or elsewhere?
Yeah, I went to one facility in Kyiv that was producing 100,000 FPVs a month. And it was just mind-boggling to see the scale of this operation, which is all, by the way, covert, because they don't like it.
How has this thing not been hit yet? Yeah.
Well, very tight security.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No cell phones allowed for sure. But like, it's just insane. And it's to see like this grassroots effort to stand up this mass production of drone production, mass production of drones to support the burn rate of the war effort. But I think that Ukraine's ability to scale up drone production, like it just hammers home a very important point about drone warfare that I think is frequently lost or ignored by American defense firms right now, which is like the inherent utility of drones is they are cheap and attritable, and they can be scaled up on the battlefield. And I cannot tell you how many Ukrainian drone units I've spoken to, or interviewed, or visited who say that they would, in a heartbeat, refuse some like, you know, $50,000 American drone for the sake of getting like a couple hundred cheap Ukrainian FPVs. And those Ukrainian FPVs, by the way, because their adaptive cycle is measured in like a couple weeks, whereas for an American drone, it might take 3-4 years to design, engineer, field, procure a drone. Like, so that drone is designed against a drone warfare environment that existed 3 years ago.
You know, that's
and Ukraine is changing every couple weeks. So it's just like the cheap, very like kind of like MacGyvered Ukrainian drone is actually better than the super expensive American one because it's built against drone warfare, electronic threats, and all these things that exist today And so to your point, what does that say to the, like, how does that kind of translate to battlefield realities? Well, the reality is the operators on the front lines prefer scale. The ability to maintain the burn rate of a drone war is really high. And you don't have a super expensive drone. Like in the beginning of the war, Ukrainians were getting these expensive drones to the United States, and they were like risking soldiers' lives to go recover that drone if it was lost. And they eventually learned, like, just let it be, man. Like, we need to preserve our manpower. The sanctity of human life is more important than some tool. And so, like, I think that just underscores, like, that ability to mass produce drones. That is where the laws of natural selection are pushing Ukraine's drone warfare environment, right? That's the realities of combat are driving drones toward scalability and to be able to produce cheap, attritable systems in massive amounts. And so we should make sure we learn that lesson as we look ahead to drone warfare.
And that's interesting. There, you said 2-3 weeks. So like the innovation cycle is 2-3 weeks because, I mean, you remember in Iraq, especially at the height of the insurgency, the cycle of innovation for IED technology was rapid, but I would call it every 6 months, probably. I mean, I'm sure there's an IED expert out there that could probably more accurately say that, but from my perspective, it felt like, I was deploying every 6 months for about 3 to 4 months at a time, and it seemed like every deployment, the IED threat had changed somehow. So I'll call it every 6 months or so. Well, 2 to 3 weeks, that's a much more rapid innovation cycle. Last year, I sat down with General George shortly after he took over as the chief of staff of the Army. And that was one of the things that he brought up is the military and the Army specifically for him, but the military procurement system and innovation system is too slow right now. And he'd cited some of the things that they were seeing out of the battlefields in Ukraine of, hey, we have to have a system. We have to change the way we do government and defense procurement of equipment and technology, all of it, the development of it, and it needs to be faster. We have to enable lower level leaders to be making decisions on what's right for their unit and their mission. And we have to move faster. The days of we're going to pick one rifle that is for every man, woman, child in the military, no children, obviously, but let's call it man, women, and dogs. That one rifle is going to work for everybody.
Right.
This one tank is going to work for everybody. This one, that's not really the way anymore. And again, it kind of fundamentally changes the type of person you recruit for in the first place. And if you can match with like, hey, we're going to have a more, I'm not in charge of anything, right? I'm like a dude. I'm like white dude in his late 30s that decided to start a podcast, right? Like I'm not anybody, but if I'm the guy making decisions right now, I'm thinking like, hey, we need a boutique solution around the way we recruit people to make sure we have the right people with the right aptitude for drone warfare, as well as the other more traditional forms of warfare that are not rendered useless, right? Those still exist, still need to have that aptitude. And we've got to completely revamp the way we do procurement of equipment and development of technology to move at the pace of Silicon Valley, essentially. We need the way Mark Zuckerberg is thinking about innovation is the way our military has to think about innovation, because he's fighting and other leaders in tech, right? They're fighting for their life because they've got people nipping at their heels all the time to take their business and eat their lunch, right? Right. Like the military is going to have to adapt to that line of thinking. And it's interesting because what did we just see recently? A bunch of Silicon Valley execs were just given direct commissions as full-bird colonels into the military. People are looking at that as like, what? Well, you remember, you'd have surgeons, right? Trauma surgeons that were given direct commission in. It's where the needs are. And right now, it's like all this starts to make a little bit more sense when you put it all together. And you're like, yep, we might need somebody that knows how to do rapid innovation like a Silicon Valley tech company executive for how we're going to fight the next war. That's a really interesting way. And I think so it is kind of encouraging that we're seeing direct commissions of Silicon Valley execs who certainly don't. I mean, what other reason do they have to do it besides patriotism? Because they don't need the money. Those guys are very wealthy. They have generational wealth if they are in that position at one of the major, Facebook, Apple, or Meta, Apple, Netflix, Google, the main sort of FANG companies. They don't need it. It's just straight patriotism. And then you've got the chief of the staff of the Army saying he wants to revamp the way that they do procurement and develop technology, and certainly there's a lot of things changing in recruitment right now. It does seem like we're very closely paying attention to this stuff. There's reasons to be encouraged.
I think that what I would add is that, we look at Ukraine where so many of the tactical and technological innovations are coming from the bottom up. It's generated by young men and women on the front lines who are trying to address their battlefield needs like today, right? It's not coming from a boardroom in Kyiv where you have a bunch of engineers thinking like, oh, what creative thing can we do with drones that are going to make them lethal in the battlefield? A lot of the big innovations or the very practical innovations come from soldiers on the front line. So I'd say, yeah, great to have Silicon Valley developers or whatever as colonels, but maybe we can get a few of them out there as like privates too, because they need to understand not from like this elevated perch of what technologies are important, but from the ground level realities, and to allow soldiers who are involved operationally and tactically to have the ability to experiment and try things on the front lines, to adapt to, and like I'll tag on to this, like one major asset for the Ukrainians is when they grow up, men and women go through shop class in school. They learn basic mechanical skills. Even in high school, they still learn basic military skills, first aid, shooting, things like that. So the average Ukrainian citizen has a foundation of kind of like blue collar skills, if you want to call it that. There, you can give them a piece of machinery and they can probably fix it. You give them a car engine, they know how to like maintain it. A simple piece of electronics, they know how to modify that. That handiness is pervasive throughout society. And so, one major catalyst to this drone warfare transformation is you had this army of recruits drawn from a society who are so handy and so adept with mechanical, modifications, electronic modifications, that they could take this commercial drone, fiddle with it on the front lines, adapt it, or think of a way to like drop a bomb. Or like, I remember in 2014, I saw soldiers taking Monster energy can drinks, filling with explosives and hanging them from DJI drones and dropping it on the Russians. Like, it's 2014, 11 years ago. So within society too, if you're talking about what kind of soldiers we recruit, we need to make sure it's not just guys who can run fast or strong, or men and women who have all the physical attributes of being a good soldier, but also I think some of that mechanical skills so that you can adapt the technologies you have on hand at that speed of war, like the Ukrainians have been so good at doing.
Yeah. I think with these direct commission colonels coming in, they're the guys that set up the systems and processes and sort of advise the other senior leaders in the military of like, hey guys, don't be scared of change. This is what this looks like. This is how to do it. And then, to your point, you need those tacticians that come in. All these guys have gotten where they've, to where they are in the tech world because of individual coders and very talented engineers, right? That are like artists in their own right.
Yeah.
And you still need that. You need the innovation to occur on the battlefield. And then you need somebody to tell the generals, it's okay if innovation occurs on the battlefield. Don't be scared of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like you need somebody to come in and say, hey, I've done this over on the commercial side and the military side. It can work the same way or very similarly. Trust your low-level people. Find the people that are really good at it and enable them to continue to be good at it and iterate at a fast pace. And here's how we set up a supply chain that makes sure that they always have what they need to continue to iterate at a very fast pace.
Yeah.
Like, that's in my mind, like, that's the perfect scenario. That's the perfect engine to build if you're trying to future-proof yourself, your force.
Absolutely. And I think it's that ability to modify the tools you have on hand, that is really elemental to Ukraine's success in drone warfare. There is no silver bullet platform that you can provide that's going to just be the perfect drone. They consistently field good enough solutions just to meet immediate warfighting needs, and then they adapt these things in real time based on battlefield realities. They're like, each drone is like a ball of clay that you're constantly remolding to match the realities of what the Russians are doing. And so I think we fixate on drones, and we're trying to build this like
combat solutions.
Yeah, and it's just like it's just a good enough solution. Just get something that meets their immediate needs, and then you adapt it. And I think, one fault we have, and of course I'm just acting like I'm the guru of warfare over here, but like trying to take a few insights I've gained. Like, one thing I've learned, I think, from studying the Tibetan resistance, sort of by proxy, is trying to understand in the Chinese mind how important Taiwan is to them, like their existential intent of like, civilizational greatness. They have to get Taiwan. So because of that, even in the best case scenario, if we are able to repel an invasion of Taiwan, stall it, bog it down, whatever, best case scenario, we are able to defeat them on the beach, and they are unable to retake Taiwan. Even in that case, the war isn't going to end. China's not going to turn up the volume on all this. They're not going to ramp up their nation for war, suffer a defeat, and just be like, oh, well, we tried. Let's just move on.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a long war. Like, we should not match the Russians' mistake and to assume that any war over Taiwan will be a short, decisive war. It will most likely end up being a very long war because China is just not going to pack up and leave if they're defeated. And even if we are defeated, are we just going to like walk away? Maybe we will, but more than likely, just based on what history is teaching us, this war will end up being a long war. And because of that, we should not assume that if we show up on day one of this thing with some bunch of badass drones, that they're still going to work in 6 weeks, 6 months, or a couple years. We're going to have to modify these things at that time order of a few weeks like the Russians and Ukrainians are doing. And we have to bake that into our drone force, that we have that adaptability. So the Chinese introduce some new offensive capability, we can counter it. If they have a new counter, we can adopt our offensive. Like, we have to be able to iterate our technology and adapt it at that speed of war like we see on the Ukrainian battlefields. And you not assume that it's just going to be some short, sweet thing and we're going to just walk away and everything's going to work perfect and that's it.
Yeah, what you say about Ukrainians growing up knowing these like blue collar skills, I think there's something to that. The average American these days, I think in a lot of places, they look at those types of skills as like borderline prepper type stuff. Like it's almost like kind of an eye roll, like, oh, you're into like fixing things and being self-sufficient and more, and it's like, no, actually it might not be a terrible thing to make sure our kids know how to do basic things. I know I'm not like a survivalist prepper guy or anything, nor am I talking down on people that are, because for, like I said, I think those people are generally going to be better prepared for adversity than the rest of us. I just like to rearrange words too much and play with my cameras to go too far down any of those rabbit holes right now. But I do things like teach my kids how basic plumbing principles, so they know how to turn off an overflowing toilet, or here's the things that I do know, which I'm not a mechanic. I couldn't tell you how to do beyond just basic maintenance things of a vehicle, but I try to pass some of that stuff on. And other people that come from different areas where they can do that, we're going to have a more capable country to resist foreign invasion if people know how to do things like basic first aid, apply a tourniquet, know how to shoot, know how to fix a car, know how to solder. Like soldering is probably a very valuable skill from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, some of the Ukrainian drone operators call themselves the soldiers of soldering iron.
Yeah,
like that's a nickname they give themselves. And I think you're spot on. And we were talking earlier about those first days of the invasion where suddenly it just seemed like all of Ukrainian society knew what to do, is because they had those skill sets in their hip pockets and they knew it. And so I worry that, if we went to war over Taiwan, China's not just going to be shooting missiles at our aircraft carriers. They're also going to have drone teams in America trying to turn off the power, shut down our transportation, shut down all these things. And so when that happens, and it will definitely happen if we go to war over Taiwan, they will try to do something to disturb the homeland to undercut our will to fight. When that happens, do we have a civilian society that is psychologically resilient to endure that has those basic skill sets to like function without electricity for a few days or without cell phones working for a few days? Like, can we navigate now without our iPhones telling us exactly where to go? Like basic things that could seriously, like these butterfly effect impacts on society that we can't really anticipate, but could really paralyze our civilian society. And also, I think, are hardening to disinformation online too. You look to those New Jersey drone sightings, I think earlier this year, and like the amount of disinformation and chaos and confusion that spread from this. I just imagine like, well, what if China could pair like a nationwide sort of covert drone strikes against our country, pair that with some different disinformation campaign through social media on X or whatever, that could have some serious like problem. It could seriously undercut the national will to fight if we were in a war. Yeah,
with those drones over New Jersey and elsewhere, part of that was fueled by the government's absolute unwillingness to share any details whatsoever about was like, in a lack of information, paranoia spreads. Lack of information, conspiracy theories spread. Like that, I still don't think we've gotten a really great answer on
I don't think
what exactly
really
was
explain
going.
What that was.
Yeah, like that's So, one thing with Ukraine scaling up its drone capacity. And you bring up Taiwan, and part of the reason Taiwan's so important is because of its ability to produce semiconductors, to produce computer chips.
Yeah.
We just had the CHIPS Act that's ramping up. The United States just at the time of this recording took a public stake in Intel. Yeah, I wanted to say Dell. It's not Dell, it's Intel.
Yeah.
And, kind of groundbreaking stuff. They're all kind of recognizing that, hey, we kind of we were caught with our pants around our ankles with this whole semiconductor thing and computer chips thing during the pandemic and the restrictions on shipping and all of that. I assume for drones, you need computer chips, that you need semiconductors for drones. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know anything about making a drone. At the rate that they're producing them, how are they? I don't know. Like, how is that working? Like, how are they keeping up this rate of production when semiconductors and computer chips are so kind of hard to come by these days?
That's a very important point, because I think that one of the Achilles heels of any effort we're going to make to produce drones at scale that could match the burn rate of a conventional war is going to be impeded by the fact that we can't produce the components and the subcomponents necessary to build those drones. We still rely too much on China. And there are American drone component manufacturers who are able to produce components in the US, but I've actually worked with one of them who's trying to create a flight controller not using any Chinese subcomponents. You can build a component in America, but to get the parts, the micro parts to construct
it's
that.
It's like the old made in the USA, but assembled in the USA.
Kind of, yeah. It's a great way to put it. So in Ukraine, in the war, as the war has gone on, the full-scale war has gone on, they've ramped up drone production. Yes, they too are reliant on Chinese components, but they quickly understood that was a major threat to them, because at any point, China could turn the spigot off on components and completely undercut Ukraine's drone warfare effort. And you've even seen China banning the export of certain DJI drones to Ukraine. So that clearly is a problem. So Ukraine has pivoted, and they now are producing many of their own components to substitute the ones they relied upon China for. Yeah. So you see a drone component industry in Ukraine rapidly expanding to meet those needs of that massive production. So that's something that I would argue too. If we question the utility of supporting Ukraine, is that if in a number of years we may need that potential to support our drone industry if we can't pivot
even
fast
before
enough.
The war, Ukraine had a burgeoning tech industry there. They were
absolutely,
they were absolutely becoming a player in the tech, the international tech scene. Yeah, and that's something worth noting too. And one other thing I want to bring up just before we completely move on is the ingenuity of the Ukrainians. One of my favorite things to come out of Ukraine or stories from the battlefield was early on, before the drone war really kicked off. These stories of Ukrainians hot wiring tanks and other Russian equipment and driving off with them. I thought that was hilarious. And again, it speaks to the ingenuity of the average Ukrainian that knows how to hot wire anything, let alone a tank or other military vehicle. Yeah. I thought that was hilarious. And I don't know. Sometimes I feel bad describing things as hilarious when it's something as life and death as war. But I'm sorry, hot wiring the enemy's tank and driving off with it is fucking awesome.
And I saw you over here. You've got a mug with a Ghost of Kyiv emblem on it, and the fighter pilot, a young man who went by the call sign Juice, who tragically was killed a couple years ago. During the early days of the war, he was flying MiG-29s in combat, and he explained to me some of the things that these Ukrainian fighter pilots were doing to survive in those early days of the war. And Russia had implemented a lot of, jamming of their electronic navigation aids and whatnot. And so you've got these guys flying supersonic fighter jets with a Garmin GPS in their hand, flying like this. And to stay beneath the Russians' radars, they're flying like at treetop level.
Holy shit.
And Juice told me about one dude who came back with a street sign embedded in the air intake of his MiG-29, because he was flying so low, he hit a fucking street sign. And meanwhile, they got their, Garmin GPS in one hand. And so just that flexibility, that ability to adapt across, all aspects of both Ukrainian military and society has clearly been one of the keys to their survival.
Yeah, well, I got that mug over there and the Snake Island one in Lviv while I was over there. I was trying, trying to support the war effort.
Yeah.
Everything was going. I also bought a bunch of candy bars with Ukrainian soldiers on them. I still have one of them at home, and we'll go ahead and dedicate that mug to Juice, though. May he
Absolutely.
rest in peace. And I'm glad. I didn't know that you were friends with him. I knew that you'd done a story on the ghost of Kyiv back then. I didn't know you'd
Yeah.
known him and all that. And I think that's stories like that are things that should live on and live beyond the person or even the war.
Absolutely. And he was very instrumental in getting F-16s for Ukraine. He had been to the United States quite a few times, or at least once or a couple times, to advocate for F-16s. He was working through the U.S. Air Force to make the case that Ukraine could fly them, that they'd be useful. And at first, people rolled their eyes like, God, you're not going to get F-16s in the middle of a war. And now we have them. So he was really instrumental in that. Very brave guy. And yeah. It's a waste. It's sad.
It is. Well, before we move too far past, you described an FPV kill chain. Yeah. And I think that's kind of a foreign concept for a lot of people. And it's evolved a lot, obviously. Like an FPV drone kill chain 2 years ago is not the same as what it is today, right? Can you sort of explain to people what that is, as well as where the decisive human judgment still lives within that kill chain? These aren't autonomous drones doing these things like this. There's still a human element here. Can you just kind of break down what a FPV drone kill chain is?
Yeah. So, this is obviously not completely uniform across the front line, but I say, generally speaking, for an FPV operation, you will have the FPV pilot and a spotter. Now, if you're not familiar with FPV strike drones, what they are, you have the pilot who wears virtual reality glasses with a controller, who sees the image of a camera on the first-person view drone, FPV drone, quadcopter drone that can fly very fast and very maneuverable, but takes constant control to maintain flight. There's no autopilot that stabilizes it. It's all finesse to fly this thing. I've flown them. I actually went through some training, the FPV drone training program in Kyiv. And even as a fixed wing pilot, it's very difficult and it goes against all your natural sort of instincts as a fixed wing pilot, just the way momentum works and everything. It's quite difficult to fly them. But once you're really good, you can fly these things with incredible precision. And you see now FPV pilots, like, they use the wind to mask their sound. They come in from behind the sun. Like, they're very, very effective and very skilled operators. So you have the pilot who's flying the actual drone. So they'll go out, they'll go out with a certain number of drones for the day's ops. They can range in number, but I'd say up max around 20 drones a day or something like that, which they can burn through in a few hours of operating. Find a place from which to launch and control their drones. A big priority now is to divorce the operator from the emission device if you're using a radio controlled drone. So the Russians can detect this emitter sending out the control frequency and then send a missile or something to blow it up or whatever. So I coined this, it's kind of a stupid term, but like, don't emit where you sit, because you want to divorce yourself from the emission, because then you're less of a target. So they can have like a ground line communication to the actual emitter. In some instances, they have Starlink connected to the emitter, so the drone operator could be sitting in Kyiv, putting warheads and foreheads from Kyiv. Like, that's possible. So you have the pilot, and then sitting next to the pilot will be the spotter, kind of like a sniper team general concept here. And that spotter might have something like an iPad, and that iPad is going to have a video feed from a quadcopter ISR drone, which is flying higher. And that's not an FPV. That is like a DJI Mavic or something like that, that has stabilization, operated by another controller who could be at a much different location, probably divorced from the very front line for safety. And that ISR drone, so you have the FPV drone flying at lower altitude and the ISR drone flying higher, because when you're flying an FPV drone, you can only see what's directly in front of you, and you have no real sense of the terrain around you, and it's hard to navigate because you really have no general, you don't have situational awareness of your surroundings. You're just looking, it's kind of soda straw view in front of you. So that spotter, seated right next to the FPV pilot, will be getting a ISR feed, so a video feed from above the FPV, to help navigate toward a target. Sometimes they'll be going toward a target that'll be identified in advance by the ISR. Sometimes they just do like free hunting missions, what they call. They just go kind of look for targets of opportunity. So they're pairing the ISR asset with the FPV asset to make a kill. And that kill chain is, you have the ISR drone identifying targets or steering the FPV toward a target of opportunity. And it happens extremely quickly. The human element really comes into it because, a lot of these FPV pilots don't come from military backgrounds, and the mechanical skills necessary to be a good FPV pilot can come from very weird or sort of nonsensical backgrounds. Like sometimes women in Ukraine who knit have proven to be really good operators because they have these like very fine mechanical skills in their fingers. Musicians, piano players, violin players are really good sometimes because they have the ability, like the control in FPV just takes very minute fingertip control inputs. Like when I flew T-38, so supersonic fighter trainers in the Air Force, you fly something called fingertip formation where you're flying your jet within just a couple feet of the other jet, sometimes through loops and maneuvers. And you're literally controlling the supersonic fighter with just like very tiny little fingertip inputs. They call it fingertip formation. I think that is kind of analogous to what flying an FPV is like. It's just very, very precise minor movements to control it. So point being, the people who are great FPV pilots aren't necessarily people with military backgrounds. And so one of the kind of the most important factors into seasoning a good FPV pilot is to develop the judgment of knowing what targets to go for if you're on those free hunting missions. Like if you see a lone Russian soldier, maybe it's better to go for the vehicle. Or if you see like a surface to air, asset, going after that versus a truck. Like to develop like an understanding of what the most militarily important target is something that the instructors and the older pilots try to sort of incorporate into the younger pilots.
That's an important thing to note. In most military operations, deciding what the target is usually pretty far up the chain of command.
Yes.
Right? And this, you're talking about the lowest tactical level deciding what the target is.
Yes. And yes, they're doing that. Sometimes they are guided toward a target, but then that is usually within a discrete unit, right? You're not getting a command from Kyiv to go after. So your team, your buddy operating an ISR drone, is giving you a target maybe to go after. So it's a system, a kill chain, an exchange of information and decisions to make strikes is happening within units. Some units will have like a dedicated like drone platoon, or they'll have like a dedicated platoon for ISR, but they're all connecting. It's all within a unit, and the communication is extremely fast. And one really interesting aspect, which relates to what I used to do, and I'm actually kind of writing an article right now, tentatively titled "The Art of ISR," meaning that a lot of the training.
Well, let's say ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance.
Yes. So, in its simplest form, as it was commonly understood in the wars we fought, it's you got a guy on the ground who's got a camera or a sensor above him, giving you like eye of God play-by-plays about where the bad guys are, right? Like you're controlling like a video game character almost from looking down on the guy. But it provides this incredible awareness of your environment, and it's something that was a huge force multiplier for our operators on the ground. So in Ukraine, they're experimenting with replicating like what we were able to achieve with ISR with drones. One example I learned about in this most recent trip, which I thought was really fascinating. So you have like Ukrainian assault troops will be wearing earpieces, and they'll get into a Russian trench or they'll assault in a Russian position, and they'll be listening to the inputs of like a Mavic ISR drone flying overhead, and that operator will be saying, okay, like, 20 meters ahead around the right, you got a Russian crouching down, hiding in the trench, giving them play-by-play, step-by-step ISR information or intel about where the enemy is. And I can say from experience in combat, it is incredibly difficult to just use plain language to explain from your elevated perch what the dude on the ground is going to see. To put yourself into his brain, into his eyeballs, and to try and understand, okay, what is he looking at? What do I have to tell him? Is that his right or his left, or like whatever, or is that tree like, okay, around the tree with the branch, like you're trying to give him clues or whatever. Like that's really hard. It seems like it'd be easy. You might watch a movie and be like, what just doesn't seem so hard. You just tell the Navy SEAL where the bad guys are. Like it's actually very complicated and very difficult.
To the point of it, usually that's never going to be as effective as just we used to call it painting the target, right? Where the ISR asset would put a infrared beam down, or like a laser from God. It's like, shoot here, the bad guy here.
Yeah, we call it the sparkle, right?
Yeah.
And the Ukrainians they're trying to do that with drones now. They don't have enough.
I was going to say they probably don't have enough night vision devices for that to be a completely across the battlefield strategy. But
on this last trip, they clearly stated that that's what they're trying to move toward. That's their next step, is they want to get to that point so they can assault at night. And then, of course, it just facilitates that transmission of intel to the troop so much more when you just literally have like a spotlight from God on the bad guy.
And then it should be noted too, different types of war too, right? In the war on terror, we were fighting an enemy that for the most part did not have night vision capabilities. They weren't a modern army or military or anything like that. In Ukraine's situation, it's very fair to say that Russians might or will have night vision devices, right?
Yeah.
And so that sparkle works both ways.
Absolutely. Yeah. The benefit though is like, if they look up at the sparkle and they shoot down a drone, who cares? You're not shooting down an airplane with 3 or 4 people inside of it, right?
And that's the important thing too. I mean, some of the things that we've seen at military exercise over the years is another sort of tactic out of the war on terror is the individual rifle, you have a infrared laser, and you would use that to sort of communicate silently on the battlefield. Well, again, that only works if the enemy doesn't have night vision.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those things where like a sparkle is probably really helpful because way up in the sky, it's going to be out of rifle range and all that sort of stuff for the most part. But it's like use that, but not the lasers on your rifle,
Yes.
Because you used to be able to like, hey, you could show Marty on the ground could show Nolan up in the sky what I'm looking at, because you could see my IR laser off my little PEC 5, right?
Yeah.
And you could then respond with your own much larger lasers, right? Like that's how it could work. There's almost this shorthand that you could do via infrared lasers.
Yeah.
And I imagine in Ukraine, it's kind of like not all of that, but part of that because of the fact you're going up against a modern military that was going to have some night vision capabilities.
Absolutely.
Maybe not every soldier, but
but also think about like, so, a lot of those planes and those stacks in Afghanistan they had lasers that would be used to direct precision guided munitions too from a fighter jet, right? Just imagine, so in Ukraine right now, we're not seeing a real air war going on because the surface
it's not air to air.
Yeah, you're not seeing fighter jets going in and like, doing what an A-10 or an F-16 would do, like close air support, really. But imagine if an American JTAC could use drones to laze targets. Imagine the amplification of effects you've got there, too. You're not sitting there lasing line of sight things. You've got, FPVs now can fly 30, 40 kilometers away from their operator.
Gosh,
like,
how?
Just thinking like,
not having to reveal your position at all. You have no IR signature from where you're at because it's a remote IR.
Or you can use a tethered drone, so a fiber optically connected drone, which emits no signals, which is completely immune to electronic warfare, that provides you complete concealment and stealth because you're not emitting anything. Like, just imagine for a J, because we're not seeing like that. There's so many aspects of drone warfare that we're not seeing develop out of Ukraine just because those capabilities aren't necessarily playing a big role in the battlefield. But I think that in concert with traditional air power assets, drone teams on the ground can just massively amplify the effects that we could create by giving something like a JTAC a much broader reach for their capabilities, more ISR, just more situational awareness of their environments. So, but we're seeing the Ukrainians now thinking about these things. And I think that's one important note to highlight, is that as you see drone warfare evolving, very seldom do you see a new technology driving a new application of warfare. You see the Ukrainians saying, I want to achieve something. How can I bend the technology that's already commercially available to match what I'm trying to achieve in the battlefield? I saw the Americans were doing this cool thing in Iraq. how can I mimic that by using some drone I can buy off Alibaba.com?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the need for tactics, it's the desire to replicate pre-existing doctrine through the use of these cheap, attritable means that is driving drone warfare. I mean, you see certain things, like you mentioned, like still having humans in the kill chain. And so the idea of like AI directed swarms where you're just literally just sending like, you know, like a picture of Vladimir Putin sending a drone out to kill him. Like that's not quite, we're not there yet. We're not seeing automation at scale and swarms yet.
Reality that kind of scares me too. So.
Scares the shit out of me as well.
Yeah.
Especially when you got like China or Russia doing that, because they don't have any qualms about, I think, taking humans out of the decision-making process. But you do see now the development of terminal guidance where you can hand over a control of a drone in that final attack phase to hit a target using some sort of autonomy, whatever that is, so that an FPV pilot doesn't necessarily have to pilot the thing all the way, because you do have like little bubbles of electronic warfare around a lot of equipment in Russian positions where a lot of the FPV videos, you'll see like the screen go blurry in those last few meters before a strike. That can either be electronic warfare or it can just be like the drone going below the tree line and just losing line of sight communication. So a great human element to FPV flying, or a distinguishing factor of a good FPV pilot, is they can position their drone so that if they lose signal, it's going to just kind of like coast into the target. A great example, one of my friends who's an FPV pilot, goes by the call sign Ronin. He put an FPV through an open window in a house the Russians were hiding in. But he positioned the drone so that when he lost signal, this momentum just carried it inertly through the window and killed everybody inside. And that was the product of skill. We saw that too in Operation Spiderweb, where some of the Ukrainian FPV teams that infiltrated Russia and launched drones from within trucks took out a number of Russian nuclear bombers.
Daring operations in modern military history.
Absolutely extraordinary, but
changed the worldview of how drones are implemented.
Absolutely. And I think it was a wake-up call for the threats we face in our homeland for sure. But an operation that hinged not on technology, and there was no technological leap that enabled that. It was creativity. It was a creative triumph for the Ukrainians and a creative disaster for the Russians. The Russians couldn't imagine that Ukrainians would do this, and they lost a number of strategic assets. The Ukrainians were imaginative. They had the imagination and creativity to use drones in this new and novel way and achieve a strategic effect using a tactical tool. But that operation, there were times you see the video feeds going fuzzy and whatnot, and it takes the skill of the FPV pilot to continue to maintain control, to put the drone through maybe these pockets of loss of connection and control. And that really depended on sort of the mechanical piloting skills of a lot of those pilots to successfully carry out that. And even like looking at the parked Russian bomber and seeing that it has like a weapon under the wing pylon and like flying the drone around to try and hit that, or hitting the aircraft in a vulnerable position so that it causes the most amount of damage. Like that is highly reliant on human skill. And I guess coming as a pilot, I still want to cling to the notion that humans are still really important to warfare. And even though this is a new sort of era, I believe, of unmanned warfare really playing a much greater role in combat, but the human is still the deterministic factor in all of this, even though we're using new technological skills or tools.
Yeah, it really is crazy to think about how this is changing the battlefield. I mean, this is part of the reason I was so excited to talk to you today about drone warfare. It is a paradigm shift, and a lot going, especially when you start talking about AI and facial recognition and things like that. It's some pretty insane stuff. But going back to the battlefield, if you were out advising a new infantry brigade that was going to be heading into a drone warfare environment, what are the 3 things you're telling them to focus on? 3-4 things, right? Like what are their battle drills that they need to know? How are they surviving in that environment? What are you telling them they need to know and hone to survive in that environment?
I mean, I think it requires, first of all, like, and this might sound a bit of cliche, but like just consistent vigilance. You can never take it for granted that you're not being observed or there's not a threat around you. So we see videos now of Ukrainians positioning FPV drones kind of like landmines, and the Russian unit might walk by and the drone pops up and effects a kill. So you have to assume that there's a drone behind every tree stump and every culvert. Like, you have to understand that this threat is pervasive and inescapable. And once you get into that shadow of where the enemy is operating drones, like, the threat of death is upon your shoulders 24/7, every step you make. And that, like, it's not like previously, maybe you just listen, if there's no fighter jets flying around, you're good. Or like, you can kind of like spot where a sniper might be hiding, or you might know where the artillery is coming from. But in a drone war, like, you have to be aware and ready to react to the threat always. And I think,
with artillery or rockets or mortars, anything like that, right? It's the intent by the enemy is to kill somebody, or as many people as they can, but somebody, right? The intent behind a drone operator is, I'm going to kill you.
yes,
Not somebody, you.
It's personal.
Like, you.
Yeah. It's
it's like you've been marked.
It's like a sniper firing a rifle, but the bullet can like chase around after you.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to say, even with a sniper, it's like you've got sort of some mathematical geometric advantages to evade sniper fire.
And
right?
the sniper's got,
if I put a wall between me and the sniper, I'm safe.
And the sniper shoots at you and the bullet misses. Well, you're going to lay down. And you're probably going to get concealment, and you could live, right? Well, a drone, if it flies by and misses you, it's going to circle around and try again. It's going to, like, if you hide somewhere, it's just going to fly and sit on the ground and wait for you to come out and kill you. Like, right? Like, and they can just change operators, and like, it'll, can wait for days. It's just, that's a new understanding, I think, of the pervasive of the threat.
And like, on this note, I'd just like to declare that I am completely unwilling to fight in the next drone war, because this sounds fucking terrifying.
I mean, imagine like IEDs, like drones are like flying IEDs, but like
intelligent
exponentially more of
driven
them.
by a human.
Yeah, and they're not being flown by some Al-Qaeda asshole. They're being flown by like a trained operator on the other side, right? So that, I think, I would also encourage units to never rely on one solution to their counter-drone defenses. So we see, like, in the first couple years of the Ukraine war, like, all these new electronic warfare defenses were coming out, and you saw even the U.S. military, we got these new like electronic warfare guns, like these Star Wars guns to like interfere with the signals of drones and all these things. And then the advent of fiber optic tethered drones emerged in the war, and all this stuff doesn't work. You can be sitting there pumping your electronic warfare gun, and that fiber optic drone is just going to fly at you and blow you up. It's going to kill you. So you need physical defenses. Like, I think the most effective counter-drone technology in Ukraine right now is a net. Like, you see all the roads now covered in netting to physically prevent a drone from getting
some standoff. The difference between being damaged and being completely taken out.
Yeah, like the Russians, they frequently, within their trench systems, they hang wet rugs. This is very common in Eastern European cultures to hang carpets from rugs from walls. They do is they hang it in the middle of a passageway, and they douse it in water so that an FPV can't just fly past this hanging drape, right? The solution Ukrainians have now is they have UGVs, so unmanned ground vehicles that are like basically landmines with wheels on them that can go drive into these places and just blow people up. But I think it's really important you have to layer your defenses and have a wide variety of both kinetic, like physical defenses, things that can shoot drones down. Shotguns are standard kit now, because shotguns, obviously by the nature of the shot they put out, rather than a single bullet, they can disperse and more easily shoot down a drone, because you don't have to, it reduces the name.
All these South Dakotans and Nebraskans and Iowans are like, buddy, I've been waiting for this my whole life. I've been training on pheasants. Like, put me in, coach.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's one way, sort of a part of American culture will give us an edge in the next drone war. Just get all those Midwestern hunters out there, and
they also probably know how to fix a truck. And,
exactly. Yeah, they're going to save our asses in the next war for sure. Like even in Kyiv and like sporting goods stores, you can buy special shot now for counter drone shot. They've developed, like, figured out what works most effectively. Shotguns work. I mean, it's a last ditch, like, Hail Mary effort, but it's much more effective than spraying like a Kalashnikov, right? So you need to have a lot of different options available for counter drone defense, because you don't know what the threat's going to be, and you need to have all your bases covered. Another lesson, I think, I mean, you kind of alluded to it earlier, but you have to understand the battlefield in a three-dimensional sense, in a way that a simple ground soldier would never had to in the past. You have to understand the air littoral environment.
Something that we used to only ask JTACs and forward observers to do.
Yeah.
And I always looked at the job of a JTAC as like, God, the brain that person had to have, and the things that they had to track, and air deconfliction, and just really incredible. I was always so impressed by my buddies that were forward observers, JTACs, SOTACs, that whole line there. Really impressive stuff. And if you're like, okay, now the average soldier needs to have the capacity to think like a JTAC, like.
And that's, so you think about like what a good drone operator is thinking, and those are the same things that a soldier trying to stay alive needs to think about. So a good drone operator is thinking about, where's the sun? Like even like World War I, like fighter pilots coming out of the sun, like they do that. Where's the wind? Like they try to position their drone so the wind carries the sound away from their targets so that they can remain concealed. Structures built as if it's a radio controlled drone. So drone operators try to avoid the shadows, like control frequency shadows offered by structures and trees and whatnot.
So they're even thinking about like radio theory and things like that.
All that. Yeah. That all goes into an effective drone operator. So, on the flip side, if you're on the ground in a ground unit, like think about those things, because you know what might impede the enemy's ability to put a drone on you by maybe try and maneuver around a building a certain way, or if the wind's a certain direction, like, I don't know, like you can anticipate the environmental factors that a drone operator might try to use against you to try and conceal yourself more effectively against the drone. And then I think too, like understand how drones could be used in your favor as well, right? Like, drones are a very potent psychological weapon. Use it against your enemy too, right? You can scare the shit out of your enemy and terrorize them.
And bringing up a sniper, that was one of the main ways that a sniper was used. It wasn't just the ability to take out very strategic targets like individual leaders and things. It was the ability, the effect it had on the enemy to have an unseen person, highly accurate, picking you off. I mean, it could terrorize people. Now drones, they just crank that up to 10, basically.
And it has a potent effect on the enemy. Like, there's reports a couple months ago of a Russian unit actually surrendering to Ukrainian drones and then being guided back to Ukrainian lines by the drones.
That's wild.
Yeah. And it's like they weren't taken into custody until these drones had basically shepherded them back to the Ukrainian position. So like drones can be used to your favor as well. And I think that's something that,
well, speaking of drones, causing Russians to surrender just on their own. Ukraine has also used like sea and naval drones to great effect as well. And there was one report out there about how they use sea drones to force a Russian retreat from Ukrainian shores. At one point, these are like $200,000 boats. Maybe they're even cheaper now, but like still $200,000 naval assets. That's nothing. And when you're talking about modern naval assets, how are these boats basically, how are they accomplishing strategic effects that are usually reserved for things like missiles, torpedoes, submarines, right? Like how are these naval drones impacting the naval space?
Well, they have had I would call it like a strategic effect in the war, in the sense that Ukraine has been able to force Russia to evacuate most of its Black Sea fleet from Crimea. And Russia was never able to effect an amphibious landing or anything like that. So you could say, Ukraine has achieved a victory in the Black Sea using unmanned maritime assets. We call them USVs, unmanned surface drones. This is kind of a wishy-washy answer, but again, it's just like it's a victory of like creativity and imagination and understanding that you don't need a battleship necessarily to win a battle at sea. You can use a bunch of unmanned assets that can achieve the same effect and exploit like the misunderstanding of the enemy to defend itself against the drones, right? These new technologies. We saw like a rapid advances in USV technology. I remember in the first year of the war, we saw there's reports of a few of them that kind of washed up on the shores of Crimea.
You wrote a story.
I wrote a story about that. Yeah. And then Ukrainians have used them to attack the Kerch Strait Bridge. There's ones that I've seen schematics for. They go underwater like submersibles.
Mm-hmm.
So, the maritime environment of this war is not necessarily the most decisive one.
Mm-hmm.
However, the Caliber cruise missiles and stuff like that, those are launched at sea by the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
So to be able to push that threat back has certainly had a strategic benefit to the Ukrainian homeland. It's allowed grain shipments to continue to flow out of Odesa. It's precluded the possibility of an amphibious landing, like I think what the Russians originally wanted to do in Odesa.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also an important lesson for us looking ahead to a possible war with China, which would have a maritime component for sure, that, our aircraft carriers and our Navy vessels.
Right here in Portsmouth, like I said, I was telling you, we've got one of the largest naval stations for submarines in the United States here.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy to think that the town that I live in could be at the forefront of a naval drone battle.
Yeah.
Because again, if I was the enemy, this and Kings Bay down in Florida is the place I'd go for, because submarines are some of the largest strategic weapons that the United States has at its disposal. Is one of our largest strategic advantages, right? Alongside aircraft carriers.
Yep.
The best way to take those out, I would assume, would be surface drones, like naval drones. Like so that's a huge thing we should be thinking about. I'm sure somebody is. I hope somebody is.
They're definitely thinking about it.
Yeah.
And I think, another factor too, which is really important, is how drones compound on each other too. So you have USVs now launching FPVs or surface to air missiles. So it's not just these kamikaze drones that can go out there and do a suicide bombing mission. Basically, it's drones that now are platforms, like little miniature aircraft carriers launching other drones. And you see UGVs in Ukraine, so unmanned ground vehicles that go out there and can launch FPVs or relay signals. Like if you're thinking about warfare in the Arctic, if you're going to resupply troops in an austere environment, unmanned surface vehicles would be a major asset for that. You can deliver supplies to troops. UGVs now are being used sparingly but intermittently to evacuate wounded soldiers from the front lines in areas where there's such a high drone threat that you can never send a vehicle to the front lines, or using UGVs to evacuate soldiers. And in many places in the front lines, UGVs are used to transport supplies to the front lines because those lines of communication are so dangerous with drones. And that same clearly applies to USVs, so maritime drones as well. It's just, the battlefield is increasingly robotic, and it doesn't mean that battleships are obsolete by any stretch, but it means that we need to recalibrate our understanding of how to defend and employ traditional naval assets in light of the fact that the environment is now very different.
Yeah. It just, every sort of corner we turn in this conversation, it just opens up another sort of Pandora's box of questions about because this is just such a fundamental shift in the nature of warfare. But, I'd like to, we've talked so much about Ukraine here, and you've got a lot of experience outside of just Eastern Europe. And, I kind of wonder, you embedded with the Peshmerga a while back in their campaign against, the ISIS terror campaign. And, I'm just wondering, when you embedded with the Peshmerga in Mosul, did that change the way or inform the way that you would report later in Ukraine?
Just beyond drones, but I
think drones are part of it because, before we, started recording here, you'd mentioned that drone warfare really started in some ways in Mosul.
Yeah.
But so I'm curious, did your time with the Peshmerga in Mosul impact the way you were reporting or the stories you were going after in Ukraine?
Yeah, I think in two kind of ways it certainly did. First, in the battle for Mosul, ISIS, they very nearly destroyed the Iraqis' will to fight, not just Pesh, but the Iraqi army. These destroyed their will to fight using drones, which are just dropping munitions on the Iraqis. But they caused such a psychological effect that it nearly broke their will to fight. And it was an important lesson. I had a great conversation with General Stephen Townsend, who's the Operation Inherent Resolve commander at the time, talking about what he was trying to do to provide some reassurance to the Iraqis that there could be some solution to this. And he had his teams out there like MacGyvering these counter drone systems to put them in the back of trucks and like really creative, like a very Ukrainian story by American forces in Mosul to develop sort of these like really ad hoc solutions to the Islamic State's drone threat. But I think it was, even though this was back in 2016, it truly was a bellwether for the fact that these tactical tools can achieve a strategic effect, right? Like you're having this repurposed commercial drone that can turn the tide of a battle that was like elemental to Iraq's survival at the time, just through a psychological effect of this really cheap tool, right? And I think that was a sign of things to come for sure. And that it certainly showed me, or highlighted for me, what drones could accomplish. And then when I returned to Ukraine and saw that, over the years prior to 2022, drones were increasingly more important. And I would say like in January 2022, right before the full-scale invasion, Ukrainian soldiers would say Russian drones dropping munitions were the number one threat on the front line prior to the full-scale invasion.
In the Donbass?
Yes.
Yeah.
Already, prior to the full-scale invasion, drones were already what both sides were most fearful of on the front lines.
Wow.
And that often gets overlooked. People think that this drone war kind of appeared out of the ether in 2022, but both sides had been experimenting with this for 8 years prior to then. And it had never obviously been used at scale. And in the beginning, the Ukrainians really leaned on drones as an alternative to air power and artillery. Drones have certainly evolved to be effective in their own right, not just as replacements since then. But prior to 2022, drones had been experimented with and evolving for 8 years. And we saw that. I think that the Battle of Mosul was a clear indicator of what drones could accomplish in the future. And I remember speaking with General Townsend, and he was very affected by what he had witnessed, that drones could be so decisive on the battlefield. And he really pushed the Pentagon at the time, like, hey, like we need to pay attention to this because this could have the same effect on us too, right? Moreover, we can exploit this effect on our adversaries. And he got a lot of resistance from it. Obviously now he's been vindicated because you see drones like a lot of Pentagon programs now to indicating a very profound understanding that this is important for us to master. But he saw that effect. And General Townsend was the commander of AFRICOM after that, and he was dealing with drone threats across Africa and the complications of co-located American bases at civilian airfields in Africa. And like, okay, how do you defend against drones when you got civilian aircraft coming in? You can't necessarily shoot down the drones. You can't jam GPS because you don't want to have a civilian airliner, right? So like, and that's something we're going to be dealing with in the United States is like, as we harden our homeland against like an Operation Spiderweb type attack to have drone defenses, how can we meld those drone defenses into a civilian infrastructure that is not going to interfere with, both civilian air travel, but also freedom of speech, like all these rights. We can't restrict the flights of drones across the United States because civilians do use drones for legal and good reasons. So those complications, I think, those challenges he faced in Africa are certainly also sort of a snapshot of what we face now.
Yeah, it's interesting. When people think about the battle for Mosul, I don't think that unless they were there, right? Most people don't think of the battle for Mosul as a drone battle, right?
Yeah.
But certainly it had an impact. And I also think about how that was, like you said, a bellwether for things to come. And even you go back to the Arab Spring and how that was a bellwether for how social media could be used for strategic impacts. Right. So we've seen these examples, these early examples in some of the Middle East wars and the events there of what war in the future is going to look like. I think we all thought that war in the future was lasers and, Star Wars type things. And it's like, no, it's actually cheap drones, social media, disinformation, misinformation, propaganda, targeted assassinations.
Absolutely.
Like that's actually, the future war is a very low tech war.
Yeah. And it's the exploitation of things that already exist for warfare, right? Like you go on Alibaba.com, you can buy maritime drones that aren't armed, but they replicate the drones that Ukraine is using on the battle or in the Black Sea. You can buy those in Alibaba. And it doesn't take much to throw some munitions on that thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're like a tier 3 nation somewhere, right? And you want to wage a war, you can go and procure these things in the commercial environment, repurpose them for warfare. And that's exactly what Ukraine and Russia did at the beginning of the full scale, is taking commercial technology, reimagining it for warfare, and then you are creating these tools that can achieve strategic effects, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we need to be aware. It's almost like trying to outsmart the next Al-Qaeda terrorist trying to do something on an airplane, right? Like first, box cutters, and then it's our shoes, and then liquids and gels. And it's because we're reacting to the creativity of our adversary trying to find a way to blow up an airliner. Well, it's the same kind of thing with modern warfare, I would say, is like our adversaries are going to keep trying to take every new commercial development and apply it to warfare. And we need to both anticipate that and hopefully out imagine them looking ahead, right?
Yeah, I just really hope that the military is taking this seriously. I think that they are. Every indication, like we talked about earlier, I know General George was kind of thinking about the innovation side. Obviously, there's a lot of defense contractors working on the drone problem, but it's something that's going to take a sort of whole of nation approach to be resistant to, because you're talking about protecting even your local power grid, your local water sources, all these other things. Like now, like drones can be used in chemical and biological warfare. Like there's a lot of different implications here that we need to think about with the proliferation of drones. The fact that these aren't $1 million predators. These are, again, $50 off of Amazon or Alibaba. And, it also kind of levels the playing field to a certain degree too. I can't help but think about some of these small villages in Central Africa that have been plagued by the local warlords and Al-Shabaab and places like that. Man, get them a couple of drones and show them how to use it. Like, now all of a sudden the playing field is leveled.
Yeah.
And so it's just, gosh, it's hard to imagine what things are going to look like in 10 years.
And I think the point to keep hammering too is like the proliferation of drone warfare capabilities it's not like smuggling the schematic of a nuclear weapon.
No.
It's just a skill. Like once you teach somebody to be a ranger, like you have that skill set for life, right? You are a soldier, you know how to go to war, right? Same thing with drone operator. Like you're not giving them the schematic or the instructions to some super high-tech piece of equipment that then you can only manufacture in some like very, advanced, expensive facility. Like in Ukraine, they have this program called the People's Drone Project where they tell, any civilian what products to buy. You can buy them offline and they can in their kitchen build a bunch of FPV drones. Like, you don't need like and
think about how this
vehicle
changes.
Assembly building at NASA to build the next weapon.
Yeah.
It's like you can do this in your living room and create a weapon for a couple $100 that can take out a tank.
I mean, you think about this from a national security perspective. About for decades, for an entire generation, we had to closely hold the secrets of how to design a nuclear bomb, how to design this missile, how to do. I mean, and you could be set back years if a spy or somebody leaked that information, right? If the KGB infiltrated and got a hold of those designs, right? Like set back a long time. And now it's like, with these, because it moves so fast, even if the enemy does get a heads up on something, it's only going to help them for a couple of weeks at the most, right? Like it kind of alleviates pressures from OPSEC and having to be completely airtight, which, by the way, I would say is another strength of the Ukrainians is, tight-lipped.
Yeah.
Not a lot. They are, just look at Operation Spiderweb, right? Like, they know how to keep a secret.
Yeah.
And, but, with this sort of environment, it kind of alleviates the pressures of, we could be set back as a nation, our national security be jeopardized by a single spy, a single leak, a single anything.
True.
Because, hey, all the equipment, like I said, commercially available, all the tactics, sure, OPSEC but not for long, because they'll be out of date. It's more akin to IED technology than it is, advanced stealth technology or things like that.
Absolutely. And by the nature of drones, they're cheap and attritable. So your drones are going to be going down on the enemy's territory and they're going to be picking these things up and reverse engineering. I've been underground labs in Kyiv are they've got a bunch of Russian drones that are reverse engineering and looking at and trying to deconstruct. So yeah, it's like there is no technological silver bullet to drone warfare. It really is, and I know I'm kind of like a broken record here, but it is the ability to imagine new ways of applying this, developing new doctrines, being creative to basically replicate existing tactics and techniques with drones, like the Ukrainians are doing with these stacks. Like that really, I think, is sort of the deterministic edge in drone warfare, is to be able to implement them, trying to find out or reimagine what you can achieve with drones. Like even the way Ukrainians classify drones differs from how we classify drones in the US and NATO. We think of drones become type 1, type 2, based on their weight, their size. Ukrainians exclusively categorize drones based on their function on the battlefield. Is it a strike drone? Is it a fixed wing ISR? Like they look at what that drone is trying to accomplish, not necessarily what the fuselage looks like or how much it weighs. And that is a very subtle difference, but I think it indicates their mindset is different, that they're not looking at bending technology, or they're not looking at bending tactics to technology. They're looking at bending existing technology to meet what they want to accomplish in combat.
It's a philosophical change of thinking on for battlefield operations. Like that's just a complete change in philosophy. Well, you just returned from Tibet not too long ago. You're a guy that's been around the world, and you're not slowing down anytime soon that I can tell. But you just returned from Tibet. You know, Tibet and China have been at odds with each other for a very long time, and I know you've got a lot of experience with the resistance in Tibet as well. What can you tell us about what's going on over there? What do Americans need to understand about what's going on between Tibet and China?
So I was on this most recent trip, I was in India on the border with Chinese occupied Tibet. So the situation with Tibet is actually incredibly similar to the situation between Ukraine and Russia, in the sense that Tibet historically has always been its own country with a distinct language, culture, history, ethnic identity. And China, the imperial aggressor next door, has for generations said, you have no right to exist. You belong to the motherland. And so in 1950, China invaded Tibet, took over, much like Russia has tried to invade Ukraine. Except in the case of Tibet, Chinese were successful in taking over the whole country. They went on to carry out a few years after the main invasion, around mid-1950s, they started committing horrible crimes within Tibet. They were forcing, nuns and monks to have sex with each other. They were eviscerating people. They were, just doing all these terrible things, like, beheading people in public squares, like just very medieval, barbaric, horrible things. A genocide by every measure. And that then spurred from within Tibetan society a grassroots resistance movement, originally by a group called the Chushi Gondruk, which then evolved into a national volunteer defense army, they called themselves, but an insurgency ultimately supported by the CIA up until the early 1970s. That in the beginning, they scored some pretty significant victories against the Chinese, but as time went on, just by sheer virtue of mass, the Chinese were able to overcome the resistance. The greatest victory of the resistance was evacuating the Dalai Lama out of the Tibetan capital of Lhasa into India in 1959, which by evacuating their spiritual and at the time political leader out of the country, they were able to basically preserve the spirit of resistance, which endures to this day. So now the Dalai Lama and his government in exile, the Central Tibetan Administration, they live in Dharamshala, India. They have like a government in exile, a little enclave of Tibetan culture, and in theory, a government that could go back and replace the Chinese regime one day. And I've gone there to Dharamshala quite a few times, about once a year for like the last decade, to interact both with veterans of the Tibetan resistance from the Cold War, but also the next generation of Tibetans who want to carry on the future of that resistance. On this past trip, I was in the Indian region of Ladakh, which is a Himalayan region on the border with Tibet, which is now occupied obviously by China. And it's a very like austere Himalayan environment, very similar to Afghanistan, like kind of like orange, reddish mountains with hardly any vegetation, not even that much snow, even though the mountains are up
Yeah.
consistently above 20,000 feet, incredibly harsh environment. But Ladakh is traditionally Tibetan territory. And out there are Indian units on the border with China, because that border region is contentious, right? I mean, I think we did some stories at Coffee or Die about there were like border battles where it's like Anchorman Ron Burgundy fights with like billy clubs and hatchets and stuff, very, very crazy things. But in the 1960s, while the CIA stood up this Tibetan resistance in 1962, there was a war between India and China invaded some Indian territory in the mountains, and India desperately needed a mountain warfare unit. So with the CIA's help, they created a unit called Establishment 22, which drew recruits from this Tibetan refugee population within India. And the Tibetans are obviously, they're famous for being genetically capable at functioning at high altitude in ways that
famously
most humans can't, right? Like, and I've seen it in action, like where they're running circles around me and I'm just like, like dying out there because they're just blood just carries more oxygen or whatever. Very effective at high altitude. And so anyway, India created this crack unit of basically an SF unit. Their original intent was to be able to go into Tibet and organize an insurgency. And they've since evolved into something maybe closer to like a ranger unit where, just
more of like a direct action raiding sort of force rather than a go in and organize resistances.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what they are now. Although I think there's still elements of, it's a little bit of like a finger wagging to China that don't try anything because we could insert this force into Tibet and cause some serious problems for you. But on that contested border, they have special frontier force units still out there, although they keep the Tibetans back from the front line because they know that Tibetans' hatred for China is so intense that if you put them right there within like eyeball to eyeball distance of the Chinese, you might have some problems.
Yeah.
So they keep them back, but they're kind of like a QRF sort of function force that if there was any Chinese incursion or any open fighting on that Himalayan border, these Tibetan units are available to attack. And also, India has used a special frontier force in combat with Pakistan numerous times because they also have a Himalayan border. But as we look ahead, so you have this Tibetan resistance. So in the 1970s, mid 1970s, the violent resistance ended. The CIA stopped support. I think it was 1972, about the same time Nixon normalized relations with China. And then the resistance, which was by then based in the Mustang region of Nepal, it kind of fizzled out. And ultimately, the Dalai Lama implored these guerrilla fighters to lay down their arms. And since then, the Dalai Lama has very strictly advocated for nonviolent resistance. However, within the Tibetan community, both in exile and within Tibet, there is still a subset of Tibetans who believe that freedom could be possible and that violent resistance could be an option if there's a realistic chance of success. And what are the factors of a realistic chance of success? An economic meltdown in China and possibly a war over Taiwan.
So they're just waiting for conditions to be right before
some sort of force majeure that could open up. And their idea, though, is so 60% of China's landmass comprises these captive nations: East Turkestan, Tibet, Manchuria, Southern Mongolia. And the idea being that if Tibetans were to have a major revolt, maybe in East Turkestan, the Uyghurs would rise up. And you'd have sort of a Arab Spring-like scenario within China.
And they certainly would like to, after being subjected to slavery.
Absolutely.
Or like modern slavery, like literal modern slavery.
Yes. And you see in Tibet, as in East Turkestan, like this Orwellian Gestapo state where, I mean, it's like out of a dystopian novel, the way that
China's done a good job of incentivizing some of these ethnic minorities within their current borders to be just absolutely salivating at the idea of trouble being caused out in Taiwan so that they could strike and
absolutely
get their moment to, become sovereign again and not be subjected to the whims of a communist People's Republic of China.
Absolutely. And so you have the Tibetan cause is often misunderstood as this, like, Richard Gere does great work, but they associate Tibetans with Richard Gere, the actor.
I didn't even know about that.
Oh yeah, he's a huge. and I'm a huge supporter of that because he does great work, but they misunderstand the Tibetans as like this Buddhist, like New Age thing, forgetting that, the Khampa warriors from Tibet are some of the fierce, like they're historically very fierce warriors. And so the question is now, the Dalai Lama, His Holiness, just turned 90 years old, and he has always been this governing force on this latent, simmering desire for a more aggressive resistance within the Tibetan community. And when he passes away, what happens? Is it a volcano that erupts once that corking pressure is relieved? Does the resistance fade away now that it lacks its symbolic leader? And that's a big question within the Tibetan community. Like there is debate now, and there's a question about which direction do we take this. Also, the Dalai Lama, since the mid-1980s, has advocated for a policy called the Middle Way, which does not call for, he's not advocating for full independence for Tibet any longer. He says it's a status called genuine autonomy, wherein the Tibetans will have, it's basically like overlordship from the Chinese, where Tibetans can kind of control their internal environment, but issues of state are controlled by the Chinese.
What would be the more accurate comparison, like a Kurdistan within Iraq, or a like an India under Great Britain? Like what kind of autonomy
I would say like
are
more
they advocating
Kurdistan
here?
under Iraq.
Yeah,
because it's still like you still have like a Chinese passport, right? Like and direct control by the state too. You're not divorced by distance. There's gonna be roads. You're gonna have military units based there and all these things. So like that's, I think Kurdistan under Iraq would be a more apt example. I guess you could say like Puerto Rico in the United States or something, but we're not taking that by force. Yeah. But like, a region that has like some sort of autonomy, but still falls under the purview.
I'm laughing because Puerto Rico is like the exact opposite. They're like, can we please become a state?
Exactly.
Like, please, what do we got to do over here to
There's
get
a major
statehood?
breakdown in that analogy. That I'd be clear to highlight so I don't get skewered on the internet. But yeah, but I think the point being is there is a fork in the road for the Tibetan cause coming up, both, when His Holiness passes away, and there's going to be a succession battle over that for sure. China will choose its new Dalai Lama. The Tibetans will choose their own. That could ignite protest. In 2008, by the way, there was massive protest in Tibet that bordered on achieving, I think, something you could call like a revolt within the country. And that precipitated, since 2008, a huge crackdown in security within Tibet by the Chinese. But within the Tibetan community, I think I bring up the Special Frontier Force because I guess one metric or barometer that I look at is to measure whether there is a latent desire to fight within the Tibetan community is the fact that you have young Tibetan men in India still in large amounts volunteering to serve within this Indian commando unit specifically for the chance to kill Chinese or to fight the Chinese in their lifetime. It's a small chance they know, but that's what draws them in to this unit.
When I think about this, so my takeaway as an American looking at this through an American lens is, okay, tensions over Taiwan have continued to escalate. And when we think about that, we think, wow, gosh, getting involved. Do we really need Taiwan? Oh, I guess we do need semiconductor independence. And because China, getting into a war with China, that's, over on kind of like their side of the world seems difficult. But then when you sort of this sort of complicates that when you think about like, okay, if Taiwan kicked off, and I don't for a second believe that the CIA and the special forces community are not thinking and salivating over the idea of just spawning uprisals all over Western and Southern China. I hope they are. Yeah, because that would seem like the way to do that is like, okay, we would have to, in order to keep bloodshed to a minimum and sort of tamp Chinese military ability and distract, even if possible, them losing half or 2/3 of their country really to these things by popular uprisings happening. Like Americans know, the CIA knows how to start a popular uprising, right? Like they know how to do that. And so that's something I just think, again, thinking out loud here, I don't have any special access to information or anything like that. Maybe this is already being planned for, maybe it's not. I don't know. But the way I look at that is like maybe conflict between China and Taiwan and U.S. involvement is not a foregone conclusion of a large world war. Maybe it's something that doesn't quite escalate to that right off the bat because of the fact that China would potentially be compromised at the same time. And by the way, they
Yeah.
also, correct me if I'm wrong here, they depend on that part of their country and a lot of these ethnic minorities as conscripts for a potential war, like with a large nation state, but a large superpower like the United States. They would need conscripts.
I don't know how. I think the Tibetan population is relatively small.
I'm talking about all the ethnic minorities out there.
I think, that and the Chinese are definitely trying to recruit Tibetans actually to serve on the border with India, thinking they can have Tibetans versus Tibetans out there. But yeah, so like, to your point, like, I'm not trying to be Nolan of Tibet here, trying to like right over. I think
it's just interesting because we don't talk about this. Like, it's a part of the world. I would guess most people couldn't find Tibet on a map, an unlabeled map, right?
But I think it's like what I frequently think about though is that China is doing a lot to subvert our country. Like, they have no qualms about sending fentanyl across our borders, trying to diminish and destabilize us from within. We need to return the favor. And it doesn't mean sponsoring a Tibetan uprising. Like, I'm not advocating that. And I would fear that if we ever did something like that, it would end up like what happened to the Kurds, where we ignite a country's hope for freedom and then let them hang on the vine in the end. So, but I think a way to humiliate China on the world stage, a way to possibly improve the condition of Tibetans living under this horrible Gestapo state inside occupied Tibet, is to highlight what China's doing, to embarrass them, to say like, okay, you want to be taken seriously on the world stage? You want to be a great power? Why are you forcing Tibetan women to marry Chinese men to breed them out of existence? That's not something a great power does. Like, that cruelty, that barbarity by which they are trying to suppress the Tibetan desire for freedom and Tibetan national identity is something that should humiliate China on the world stage. And that is an opportunity for the United States to diminish China, hopefully divert their internal attention, because we know when the Chinese Communist Party took power in 1949, they had 3 goals in 1949: to take control of Hainan, Tibet, and Taiwan. They got 2 out of 3, right? Taiwan is like the remaining question, but Tibet and Taiwan were on the same level of importance. They see it as an existential need for them to achieve civilizational greatness. And if we inject any instability into that, any uncertainty into that, that could greatly diminish their appetite for engaging in some military adventure over Taiwan if they feel like one of the 3 pillars of their national existence is under attack from within. An attack, I mean, just by legitimacy. So, yeah, I think that we need to, if China is like, to empower the Tibetans to advocate for more autonomy, to highlight the injustices done to them, to help amplify their message. Some would say, well, we got to worry about China, like, seeing that as some like existential threat to them. They're going to escalate. Well, they're already doing it to us. They're doing it in spades to us. They're doing it so much more maliciously to us. They're killing Americans with these fentanyl shipments. Like, why do we chain ourselves to some standard of like reluctance of interfering with them when they do it so much more to us? And they assume we're doing it anyway, so let's just live up to our bad reputation and do it, right? But but do it in a way that we are consistent with our national values, which is we have a nation that has every right to exist as a sovereign, independent nation, and moreover, a national identity, which China is trying to eradicate, much like the Russians are trying to eradicate the Ukrainian nationality. And it's certainly in line with our national values to stand by a country and say, okay, like, we may not be in a position to like try and get your statehood back, but we can certainly do everything we can to prevent China from eradicating your nation from the earth.
Well, on China and drones, some of the videos coming out of China are pretty, I don't know if clearly they're propaganda, but one thing that I think that I see from people on social media is they're kind of intimidated maybe by some of these things. They're kind of these drone massing things where you've got 500, 1,000 drones in the sky, all acting in concert. And I wonder what the actual tactical utility of something like that is. I don't know, but
Yeah.
it's like, it looks impressive, just like many military parades from that side of the world.
Yeah,
Looks
exactly.
impressive. Is it actually effective in combat? I don't know. But on the note of like the Chinese drone capability and the possibility that they would have the controlling share of the best microchips and semiconductors in the world, even if we increase our capacity to produce, a lot of people are saying that they'll be second tier to Chinese microchips, right?
Yeah.
And so I just wonder, if drones are the next frontier, and the technology and the capacity to keep up with the churn of drone warfare. What should we be concerned about Chinese drone programs? Is it something to be worried about? Is it something you've been looking at and kind of dissecting what the threat is or is not?
Yeah, I mean, the chilling reality of the situation we're in is they have both a qualitative and a quantitative edge over us in drone warfare right now.
Mm-hmm.
The debate is how deterministic would that be in a battle over Taiwan? My argument is that even a battle of Taiwan will inevitably lead to some sort of protracted ground war.
Mm-hmm.
Name your battlefield. It could happen somewhere else besides Taiwan too, right? Like I said, I don't anticipate China to just lick their wounds and retreat if they experience a misstep or a misfortune in Taiwan.
Yep.
And I've met a lot of very astute and informed Army generals, U.S. Army generals, and strategic thinkers who keep hammering home the point that wars always involve a ground component. And that if there is a ground component to a war with China, it's going to involve clearly drones, because that has really reshaped the nature of tactical ground combat. And right now, the Chinese, because they've developed this, very advanced commercial drone industry, they have qualitative edge. So they have drones which are more advanced. Like the whole DJI industry, like that still is the benchmark drone in Ukraine, still DJI Mavics and Matrices. But more importantly, their quantitative edge, their ability to mass produce these things at scale to match the burn rate of a drone war, a protracted war, is something that just exponentially outpaces our ability right now. We don't have that industrial base to build on, to rely on, to sustain a drone war. And the problem is like, how do you get a company in America to build a factory that's just going to be sitting there mothballed until there's a war that they can just like turn the lights on if there's a war to suddenly ramp up production, right? Like company's going to eat that cost for years until a war happens. Like, so to build up that production capacity, you have to build up a sustainable business model that can sustain that capacity that will be needed to sustain or to match the burn rate of a drone war. So they have those two edges. And I think that, the analogy I use sometimes when I speak to U.S. military personnel is to imagine that scene from the movie 300 when the Spartans are out there and the Persians launch their arrows and it blots out the sky with all those arrows coming on them. And I think that is analogous to what we would face in a war with China, where they're going to blot out the sun with FPV drones. And because of, I think, their cultural permissiveness in ways that, they're going to be much more prone to divorcing humans from the kill chain and the loop, and be much more aggressive at implementing AI than we would. So we could face autonomous swarms from them. That's not being fielded in Ukraine, but like looking ahead, I don't think they're going to be too ethically concerned about taking humans out of the kill chain in the same sense that we might. So yeah, I'm deeply worried about that. And I still think there is a kind of a lack of understanding within the U.S. military in some quarters about, the utility of drones on the battlefield. There's still this idea that lingers that drones are just like a fancy javelin or a fancy mortar. They're just like you're going to have some dude in a platoon. Okay, he's the drone guy. And he's going to use his drone to go take out a tank if he sees one, without understanding that point that I keep trying to bring up, is that drones are an architecture. They're an ecosystem. It's a stack of assets that can create a broad range of effects on the battlefield, kill chains.
Like, you don't have a drone guy in your platoon. You have a drone brigade.
Yes.
That their job is drone.
Absolutely.
Like mastering the tactics, the techniques, Like it's a entire restructuring. Like you have a cavalry brigade or a or whatever cavalry. I don't know what their units are called.
Yeah.
Squadrons, troops, stuff like that. The cavalry is different. An aviation wing is organized different. And
Yeah.
infantry, a special forces team is organized different. It's like you need a specific unit that is organized and resourced and trains for drone warfare. Not like I have a sniper attached to my platoon and he does sniper stuff.
Exactly. And that, we cited at the very beginning of this talk, the fact that, drones are causing, like, say, 80% of Russian casualties. That's not because drones are so much more technologically advanced than they were 3.5 years ago. It's because there is now a doctrine to implement a commercial technology that really hasn't substantially changed. You really look at an FPV drone, the fuselage of that drone is not any different than FPV drone 3.5 years ago. Like, there's modifications in the bandwidth of the control frequencies and other internal guts things that are changing and adapting. But there hasn't been some like massive technological leap that has suddenly made drones so lethal in the battlefield. It's the way they are employed and the way that they are employed in concert with other unmanned assets that makes them so lethal. And I think that complete retooling of our force structure, like to maximize the potential and the lethal effect of drones and to defend ourselves against our adversaries' drones, you really have to make a very broad change to our force structure. And I think we see signs of that now. Some of
it doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah. I mean, some of the initiatives that Secretary Hegseth has put forward are definitely in line with the way we needed to change things, such as like allowing, young soldiers to go out there and buy their own, have funds to purchase drones off the commercial market and experiment with them, things like that, allowing that bottom-up innovation process that's been so important to the Ukrainians. Those are definitely things in the right direction. But I also think it's not just about choosing the right drones or choosing the right technology. Let's also remember that it's the ability to use all these things, develop drone experts within our force, the drone Top Gun school. Like, we need that human capital to match
drone warrant officers.
Absolutely. Like, we need to really make sure that we're focusing on that operational side of things to match the technological tools that our country is so good at producing. And to remember that it's those tactical pressures that are driving the innovations in drone warfare, not some great idea conceived by some, tech genius in some boardroom somewhere.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned DJI. They actually control about 70% of the global drone market. And, obviously that's a Chinese company. If we get into a protracted war with China and it inevitably is a drone war, and that's a huge component of it, right? I mean, the fact that DJI controls 70% of the drones out there, a lot of these drones that, you just said young soldiers are going out and buying commercial off the shelf. Like, they're probably DJI drones, right? Like, they're probably going out and buying an Air Maverick.
Probably at this point, there's rules against using any Chinese drones, but I think up until recently, absolutely.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think you're homing in on a very important point. Is like, do we have the bench, so to speak, of drone firms in America that can produce drones that can match that need? And I think we can get there, but I also I still see our tendency is to fund like a $50,000 or $100,000 FPV drone. It's just like that's not the way, right?
That's the military-industrial complex speaking.
Yes,
because they want the more expensive thing, with the higher margins, and that's a strictly just toxic capitalistic. Not that capitalism is toxic, but the toxic capitalism of extracting value out of things that are for the national good, right? We got to we should be trying to get away from that. I look at that though. You brought up China has both a qualitative and quantitative edge over us with drone capabilities. Well, you go back to World War II, right? The Germans made better tanks than us. We just had more tanks, right? Like, so with this, where it's like, okay, you could overcome. They have better microchips, but if we had more drones, then okay, we can level the playing field, if not, overcome, right? Like gaps in technology or gaps in materials. But when they have both more and better, that's something we should be paying attention to. And I would encourage people to look at, like, again, why did we win in World War II? Bunch of different reasons. One of them, though, was because we were able to transform the entire industrial base of the United States into a war machine and just outproduce all our adversaries, outproduce the Axis.
Right.
More people, more tanks, more planes, everything. The Germans were making better of those individual pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
But,
absolutely. I think mass is, and I would argue that mass, if you're going to if there's like a scale or a balance of the importance of, quality and quantity, I think when it comes to unmanned warfare, the quantity side of that balance it's got more importance than when you're talking about obviously like fighter jets or tanks, even the technical sophistication of an FPV drone, I would argue, is much less important than the ability to produce like 1,000 of them a day, or
to
like
your
whatever,
point, it's the person using the drone, not the drone itself. And in drone technology doesn't have to change all that much. I mean, you just let's use a sports analogy here. How much has the American football changed? The physical football changed over the years? Well, not a lot, but the way it's employed on the field to score points has shifted dramatically.
Or look at like rock climbing, right? Look at somebody like Alex Honnold doing incredible things free climbing, but like the technology of what he does, he's just got like some sticky shoes, right? But like it's just a dude with fingers on a rock. Like it's the technique, it's the understanding. It's like when the Roger Bannister.
Let's be fair, Alex Honnold has more finger than any of us.
Yeah, his fingers
they're
like
little meat sticks on his hands. They're like he's got gloves for
like
sure.
bratwurst for fingers.
Yeah.
But it's both the technical skills and the belief that something is possible. Like Roger Bannister ran the 4-minute mile, and then suddenly many more people start breaking the 4-minute mile, right? So yeah, when you talk about drone warfare, though, it's not about some magical technology that's going to make a difference. I think you really have to understand the inherent value of drones. The thing that made them valuable in the first place is they're cheap and attritable, and you can scale them up and just overwhelm the adversary's defensive capabilities with mass. And as another example, I mean, it just relates to just what I experienced in Kyiv this summer. It's not just tactically on the battlefield that we should be aware of. It's the fact that, Russia is now, in my opinion, and I'm sure people would argue this, but I think there's elements of this that we should take very seriously, is the fact that they are trying to replicate our understanding of strategic bombing that we came up with in World War II with unmanned assets. So there was this idea, British Bomber Command had it in World War II, that first they were trying to find like industrial nodes that you can go after, they could collapse the enemy's war effort. And then that evolved into basically just trying to scare the shit out of the civilian population into breaking their will to fight by bombing civilian cities and just breaking civilian morale. Famously, that didn't work in World War II. There's studies done that showed actually that like bombing cities actually kind of consolidated civilian morale and will to fight, both in Germany and Japan. And it wasn't obviously until the use of nuclear weapons that, that ability to affect damage just it just amplified so much that changed the game. But in terms of like conventional weapons use, strategic bombing, area bombing of cities has never really worked. Even the Pentagon Papers detailed how in the war in Vietnam, some of America's heavy bombing of North Vietnam, which was intended to break the North's will to fight, also failed to achieve its effect and actually increased civilian resilience and will to carry on. So strategic bombing typically doesn't work. However, Russia, I guess they didn't get the memo, and they're still continuously trying to break Ukraine's national will to fight with a strategic bombing campaign that has so far been carried out by missiles and drones. But up until this point in history, these long-range strike options had never been able to be implemented at a scale that could ever match like 1,000, bombers in World War II going after a German city, right? Like the raids were just comprised, massive amounts of bombers dropping lots of bombs over an area. You could never launch 1,000 cruise missiles at one night, right? But Russia now is able to mass produce Shaheds to the degree that they are fielding nightly Shahed attacks. So these Shaheds are these Dorito-shaped drones, originally designed by Iran, but now Russia produces them domestically. Loitering munitions. They come with an explosive warhead. They can go out there and basically hit targets within Ukraine. More than 500 a night, pretty consistently now. And the numbers that the average numbers per month are just meteorically going up. And you see Shaheds now armed with incendiary munitions, cluster munitions. And these latest attacks this summer in Kyiv, which I endured with my wife, it was the first time in the full-scale war I was in a bomb shelter. And I thought, this is what it would have felt like in World War II to be under an area bombing attack. Because it was hours of nonstop explosions. You look outside and the entire city skyline is on fire. Every corner of the city is being hit by these things. An indiscriminate attack just against the ether of the city rather than trying to take out electrical plants. It's just pumping Shaheds into the Kyiv body mass of the city, trying to terrorize civilians. And I just wonder, okay, what if they start putting incendiaries in all of these? What if they are able to get to 1,500, 2,000 Shaheds a night? And my worry, my fear, my very chilling fear is that at some point, Russia might try to recreate something like a Curtis LeMay-style firebombing of Tokyo using Shaheds. If they can produce them at scale, if they can match the burn rate of those nightly attacks, why not?
This is where economic sanctions are so important to neuter them from the ability to scale up production to that degree to where they could do that.
Right.
We're just if they are able to scale production like that right now, that means the sanctions we have on them currently are not effective, and that we need to be relooking that, because a capability like that is not something we want. Just like a nuclear capability, right? We want to tightly control who in the world has a nuclear capability. Having the capability to do something like that while you're actively engaged in, the attempted occupation and, really absolvement of an entire nation in Europe, like it's anywhere, but just this is happening in Europe. And like that's a problem. That's something we should be trying to restrict for the good of the world.
Absolutely. And like that is Russia's way of warfare.
And that's Marty putting on his Team America World Police hat. But like,
I
don't know, man, like we got, with great power comes great responsibility, I guess. That's a very American thing of me to say, but like, I don't know, we got to be the chief good guy in the world, I feel like.
I mean, do we want to live in a world where Russia can just carpet bomb European cities? I mean, what's to say that an adversary couldn't do that against us one day too, right? Or park a cargo freighter off of New York, launch 1,000 Shaheds and cause mayhem, mass destruction. Like that could happen. But I think it's just another instance where unmanned technologies are evolving to replicate a function of warfare that already existed. And like, strategic bombing World War II style, it wasn't possible after World War II as more sophisticated surface-to-air defenses were developed and better radar systems. Like you couldn't send 1,000 bombers and they would all be shot down, right? But now, who gives a shit if it's 1,000, 5,000 Shaheds, because there's no human pilots on those things. And if you have the industrial capacity to keep churning them out every day, at some point you're going to exhaust your adversary's air defense capabilities, and you can just carpet bomb cities. And people must say, oh, Russia would never do that. Look at Mariupol. Look at Grozny. Look at Bakhmut. That is exactly how they fight wars. They just pummel cities into oblivion to occupy them. That is exactly how Russia fights. And if
they don't need a city left to occupy it.
No, and and Mariupol is unique because they actually established air superiority over Mariupol. And I had U.S. Air Force pilots who were supporting some intelligence efforts in the initial phase of the invasion. They said they could look at a radar screen, and they said it just made them sick to their stomach to just watch these Russian fighters just doing laps from Russia to Mariupol, dropping a bunch of bombs, flying back. And they were just bombing the ever-loving hell out of that city to submit it, to force it to submit. And they did that because they could. Now, if they suddenly are able to affect a similar result using Shaheds on Kyiv and to try and break the Ukrainian will to fight through carpet bombing the nation's capital, they will do it. That's absolutely true. And that's absolutely for certain. And they will do it if they went to war against the Baltic state too, or something like that. So,
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt.
yeah.
They've proven that they're capable of a lot,
Yeah.
that we would otherwise recognize as immoral, right? Indiscriminate bombing. It's, yep. Here at home, though, Congress has kind of gone back and forth, or maybe just been uncertain about the way forward when it comes to counter-UAS legislation and authorities and powers, specifically as it pertains to protecting things like stadiums, energy sites, airports, that sort of thing. What's the one sort of policy change you'd like to see or implement, or policy implemented to better protect us here at home? And maybe not necessarily from a near peer or large power in the world, but maybe more from like a terrorist or infiltrator sort of attack, right? Like what do we need to be empowering federal agencies to be doing to better protect us here?
We need to be giving permissions to local law enforcement agencies, Department of Homeland Security, to facilitate the ability of, like you said, like, a city government, a county government, even an important commercial venture like Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, for example. They need to be able to shoot down drones that are flying around their facility, right? Area 51. Like we need to make sure that they have the permissions established for that. Power plants need to be able to shoot down drones. There are rules now that complicate the ability to defend. And I think commercial sites are a big kind of Achilles heel for us, because we can talk about like, hey, well, Air Force bases are going to put counter drone defenses and maybe other like government facilities, but we need to make sure that commercial sites that are critical to our nation's like national security, but like the functioning of civilian society, they need to be able to kind of like freelance their own air defense, right? And we think of air defense like stopping an incoming Russian ICBM or fighter jet, maybe back in the Cold War, but like, we think of air defense as like a very big order task, but air defense now is at this micro level. So one of the companies that I've been working with, Fordham Technologies, their innovative technologies, they have radars that can discern drones, but they have a soft kinetic option, like a net that can bring down drones that you can implement around an airport. That was the big lesson from General Townsend, is like, if you're defending a commercial site like an airport, you can't shoot it down with a gun, and you can't bring it down with an electronic warfare asset, because then you're going to interfere with commercial traffic. So how do you get a drone down? So I think we need to think about the ability to weave in counter drone defenses with the civilian infrastructure in our country to ensure that we both defend against these attacks, but that we also don't paralyze normal life with these defensive systems too, right? Like, we need to maintain the ability for civilian air traffic to fly, and for like, if you're using a drone for like a legitimate reason, right? Like if they want us to start doing medical deliveries or package deliveries of drones, I don't know where it'll go in the future, but to leave the room open for drones to positively affect our lives, but at the same time understanding that the nature of air defense in our country is going to need to change. And
I think it's very possible that Amazon for a while, right? They wanted to implement drone deliveries for packages, and I think a lot of people for a while were thinking like, oh, drones are almost like they're going to be doing our deliveries and in the skies and delivering our fast food and all these other things, and this sort of like commercial civilian application utopia of drones. The thing is if drones become synonymous with a offensive like military capability, all that's going to happen is regular drones are going to be banned for commercial use. That's what's going to happen, is because there's no way you're going to be able to identify. It's not like a large plane that you can identify good versus bad. Yeah. You can't identify. So what would end up happening if we started having regular incursions, if this became a regular problem in America, it would result in like, hey, you're a local photographer, camera person, whatever, that uses drones footage, like you're not going to be allowed to have that. Like, I think that would happen. I think we would see drone bans, severe regulation. The licensing requirements would go way up. It'd be akin to being able to own a machine gun. not a semi-automatic rifle, but like a fucking machine gun,
Yep.
like it would be akin to that, I think, because they'd have to say at a certain point, we can't have all these drones in the sky because it's too hard to tell friend from foe. And if we're sacrificing energy sites and commercial airports and things like that, the juice isn't worth the squeeze for regular people to have them, and then you
Yeah.
get into sort of these larger rights around constitutional rights. I could see a world where, just like the founding fathers didn't interpret the Second Amendment with necessarily the idea of machine guns and things like that in mind, right? They had muskets back then.
Right.
The spirit of the Second Amendment is the ability for the common person to defend themselves, right? To resist the state, a authoritative state, right? Like that's the spirit behind that amendment. We interpret it as firearms. In the future, we may find ourselves in legal battles that go to the Supreme Court to say it is a Second Amendment right to own a drone.
Absolutely, I can see that.
There's some real, like, ethical, moral, legal dilemmas that I think we face in the future as the proliferation of drones and drone warfare only inevitably increases. And again, the big wild card, we still don't really know, like, AI and drones, right? Like that's the big wild card that we don't really know how that plays out in the next, like, I don't think we're talking about time horizons like 10, 20. We're not thinking in decades. We're thinking in years right now. These are going to be really interesting questions. But on that note, though, as it pertains to the military, the law of land warfare, I think, is going to be scrutinized as we start to think about keeping humans in the kill chain and the requirement for that. Potentially the Geneva Conventions would need to be relooked. There's a lot of different things here that are at play. I mean, what do you see? And I say this as like, you were not just your experience in war in Ukraine with drone warfare, but also, hey, you went to the Air Force Academy. You've been formally schooled on the laws of war. How do you see or them changing or not changing in light of this emerging warfare?
I think the two big ethical, I mean, I'm sure there are many more, but two I think that are important to highlight are the first that you just brought up, which is as AI becomes more powerful and edge AI, so you can actually have AI in like autonomous systems, that is going to create a lot of very thorny ethical dilemmas, like Terminator type scenarios where like, to what degree must we keep humans in the loop? Maybe, I mean, that could be the nature, like, the Cold War, we had nuclear, test ban treaties and nuclear limits and the stockpiles of nuclear weapons we have. I wouldn't be surprised in the coming years, we have negotiations or like big treaties with China and Russia to say, okay, we must maintain humans at some level of the decision-making process to kill chain when it comes to nuclear weapons. Right? Like, I would argue that the reason we've never used nuclear weapons since World War II is that it always came down to a human decision to use. It was never a rational decision. It was like in the Cuban Missile Crisis, basically it came down to Khrushchev and Kennedy just not wanting to kill that many people. It was a human reluctance to be the man who destroyed the species, right? A human, you can't explain it. It's just an emotional thing that's not related to some decision-making matrix. It is a hormonal, emotional reluctance.
Even these examples of the actual service members charged with the literal launching, the president makes the decision. Somebody actually launches it. And there's been times, specifically in the Soviet Union, there's a very famous example of a young soldier that just made the decision, come what may, I'm not pushing this
there's
button.
A great documentary about that. I forget his name, but he basically just said, I don't believe that's an attack. The Americans, why would they do that? Like he just didn't believe what the Russian
saved
radars
the world
were saying.
With that decision.
But he could have he had every authorization to start a nuclear war, right? And there's other instances where I think there's like, radars pick up the reflection of the moon off clouds and they think it's a nuclear launch. I think the Russian, like America one time launched a missile in Norway to kind of like analyze the Aurora Borealis, and the Russians thought it was an attack. And Boris Yeltsin, who'd happened to be sober at the time, was like, okay, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
But it always hinges on a human being who's not making a decision that the decision-making matrix that led to them to not go to nuclear war is not an algorithm that you can plug into an AI model. It's not an algorithm. It's not a mathematical. It's a human instinct to not be a monster, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I am terrified of the fact that AI could be implemented at any step
Mm-hmm.
of the command and control process for nuclear weapons.
And by the way, we should
in our
clarify,
adversaries.
we're not talking about large language models here. That's not, most people when they think AI right now, they think Chat GPT, right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about large language models. We're talking about, there's some very advanced AI out there right now that's being tested, that's being worked with, that if it were implemented in the chain of decisions for the taking of human life, could be extremely problematic.
So a good example is when I was a special operations pilot, looking through my sensor, and I see a dude in Afghanistan walking down the street,
Mm-hmm.
stop, bury something beside the road. I have to make a judgment based on my experience,
Mm-hmm.
what I've seen in training, what I've seen in combat, to determine, did he just bury an IED or did he bury like his dead pet goldfish?
Mm-hmm.
Is he carrying a stick or a rifle? Is he acting like, you're trying to make those judgments based on your human intuition, what you've experienced in the past.
And you're not going off of statistics. You're not going, well, I know 70% of people that go and bury something by the road, it's typically this. Or like, you're not, and that's how AI would work. It would do mathematical calculations.
And compare it based on what it's seen in the past.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's like the famous example from, I think it was a book called How We Decide, where you're looking like 100 different cereal boxes. You're not rationally choosing. There's an emotional trigger that makes you choose one, right? Whether like you like the color orange or your wife wore a green dress yesterday or whatever, like there's some subliminal animal Neanderthal thing going on in your head that makes you make a decision. And the same thing with decisions made in combat like that. So that function that I would have carried out as a special operations pilot, looking at my sensor, trying to determine if this guy is a terrorist, or we should kill him or not. That, if we hand that over to an AI model, they're just going to that AI model will just kind of refer to, $50,000 of combat video footage it has in its memory bank or whatever, and say, okay, based on all this guy's probably a terrorist, and make the kill. So you're taking humans out of that decision-making process and handing it over to basic. But the thing is, an AI is only as smart as the information you educate it with, and you're not putting in obviously any human instincts or emotion. And also there's could be no context too, right? Like as a human, I might know, okay, today's like this special holiday, or this guy, he just left a goldfish store 10 minutes ago. So maybe you can put things in context too in the way that AI might not be able to. But when it comes to nuclear weapons, I think it's absolutely terrifying that humans could be taken out of the kill chain in any way. So AI is I think a major ethical law of war question that needs to be addressed, both at the very upper edge of warfare and also at the most tactical level of warfare, that we don't want to be, subsidizing decision-making in combat to machines. And we need to find some way to convince our adversaries or potential adversaries to play by those same rules, to make sure that we don't get in a situation where there's some civilizational species-wide threat that we unleash, some Pandora's box that we open, because we don't see the second, third, fourth order repercussions of what we're doing. So that's clearly an ethical concern. I think the other big ethical concern I would highlight with drones, and we see this in Ukraine, and I subscribe to the notion that if a drone operator has an enemy in his sights, he has every right to kill that enemy, because a drone is a weapon of war, and you can't surrender necessarily to a mortar that's coming in at your head, or a sniper's bullet, or a F-35 coming and drop a bomb in your position. But there is something that we understand intrinsically that's a little different when you see a weaponless dude perhaps on the battlefield who has no means of resistance or escape, who's just sitting there, and then the FPV comes in and kills him. My assessment is that's totally righteous and legal kill, but there will definitely be ethically thorny situations that will arise as drone warfare develops, where it's like, at what point can you surrender to a drone? Should you accept a surrender? Is there a legal obligation for a drone operator to accept a surrender? I think there are some questions there that will need to be addressed in the future, particularly as drones get more advanced, as the battlefield becomes more robotic. Like, and there are opportunities to actually capture Russian troops. Like, if you could have some sort of robotic means of actually, if the guy can just put his hands up and that drone puts manacles on him and drags him away, then maybe you can actually accept a surrender. But if you're a drone operator, you can't just like, well, I'm gonna let this guy live and fly away, and he's gonna run back to his unit, grab a gun, and start killing Ukrainians. So you have to kill him. You have to take him off the battlefield, right? It's like that scene in Saving Private Ryan really lets that one German live, and then he ends up killing his friend, right? Or killing the guy in his unit. So I think there will be some ethical sort of re-understandings of what it means to accept a POW in the context of how is it possible to accept a surrender to an unmanned platform.
And certainly the more drones are used in warfare, the more ethically ambiguous situations will arise. We're not even aware, you and I sitting here right now aren't aware of every possible scenario where we might say, oh, geez, should we be using these that way? Or, oh, geez, was that a ethical or moral way to conduct war?
Right.
You know, like we don't know all the scenarios, we don't know all the situations. It's such a novel technology, really. I mean, yeah, it's been around for a minute, but it's a fairly novel technology. And if you recall back to the early 2000s, once the public started to become aware of predator drones, there was a lot of ethical and moral questions around the use of unmanned drones.
Yeah.
So like this is going to be a continuing conversation, but it is interesting to think about some of these scenarios here where we're going to have to relook, things like the law of land warfare, Geneva Conventions, other, binding war treaties, basically. Not that people like Putin necessarily read those or adhere to them, but I want to kind of ask a little bit of a personal question here. You've hiked the Himalayas, you've summited Kilimanjaro twice, you've seen war on multiple continents. You've seen and done a lot. You've been a participant in combat. You've not just covered it as a reporter, but you've participated and had to make tough decisions in combat yourself. Is there any part of your own sort of personal operating system that was broke over the years that you've had to find a way to fix?
Yeah, I mean, I think finding joy in normal life is something that I've struggled with, and I'm learning to do better. Right? You can't keep chasing. I think both you and I share very similar life stories in the sense that we left the military, and to fill the void of that purpose and meaning which the military had given our lives, because I was never intent on just working to like make a bunch of money and buy bunch of stuff, and I think neither were you. You want a life that means something beyond just material things, and I think most people are like that. But I lost that when I left the military, and I thought I could find it by going to war as a journalist, and I kept taking greater and greater risks before meeting my wife. And I was in Mosul, and I remember even like before I went to Mosul, I was quite convinced that I was probably going to die there. And it wasn't suicidal. I wasn't depressed. I was just like, you know what? Screw it. Like, I want to do something meaningful in my life, and this is something that I'm willing to die for. But it was a kind of a downward spiral in the sense that I was just feeling like I needed to do more and more dramatic, dangerous things to find purpose in my life, to find meaning. And I lost the ability to just like wake up on a Tuesday and do some writing and read a good book and take a walk with my wife and feel happy. And I think it really wasn't until I met my wife that she helped me find a meaning outside of my own kind of desperate attempts to make my life purposeful and to find meaning in her and our life together. And, it's something that I still, like, even to this day, I did like Arctic training in Norway this year. I took a mountaineering class in Mount Baker, and I'm still going around the world to Tibet. And I think that's all good. And you want to have an exciting life that is stimulated by new and good experiences. But But you need to balance that with the fact that you don't want those experiences to give your life meaning. You want those experiences to reframe your understanding of life so that you can return home and appreciate what you already have and not keep looking for some substitute for what you think you're missing at home, but to learn to appreciate the good fortune you already possess in this life and to cherish it. And I think that's something that I'm better at now that I've gotten a little older. I think that living through the full-scale invasion, like I mentioned earlier, not just as a journalist or not as a combatant, but as a man who's just worried about his wife, and to experience my world, like our apartment, our home was in Kyiv, and to have all that kind of be upturned because of the war, it really taught me to, I think, appreciate the daily joys of life in a way that I never had been able to. It's really, I guess, one story I haven't shared today is like when I left the military, I went on this walkabout in India and Nepal. This is way back in like 2011 or 12, and spent a few months in the Himalayas. And there's this one lake on the border between India and China, so occupied Tibet. Pangong So is the name of the lake. It's at 14,000 feet in the middle of the very stark mountains. And I went to this one tiny little hamlet on the lake and just randomly met this old man and his wife living in this like little earthen hut along the lake shore with a big Tibetan flag flying out front. And the man's name is Sering Dundup. And I just saw him a few weeks ago for the fourth time. But I first met him in 2011, 14 years ago. And Sering was a freedom fighter, Tibetan freedom fighter in the Cold War, his parents were murdered by the Chinese, and as a boy, he escaped over the Himalayas in 1959, joined the resistance, fought in India's Special Frontier Force, was never able to win his country's freedom, and he retired to live on this lake facing Tibet, across the lake, a place to which he can never return, his forbidden homeland. And every morning he raises a Tibetan flag and salutes it so the Chinese can see. And he told me, I want them to know I'm still here. And yet he said he has abandoned his hatred for China and the Chinese people, and he's learned to come to peace with it. And his intent is just to be as good of a man as he can now, so that maybe when he's reborn in the next life, he can be reborn in a way that can get his country's freedom back. But anyway, I met him right after I left the military. I was trying to kind of exercise my demons and move on from military life. I met him again. I returned to India in 2015 after I had been in the front lines in Ukraine for the first couple of years, and I had lost a very close friend of mine, Ukrainian soldier, right after that, and I was very kind of lost. I returned to see Sering again in 2022 after the full-scale invasion, and most recently, I saw him this year, 2025, for the fourth time, and I was able, just prior to meeting Sering, I have a photo I took of him raising the Tibetan flag, and I framed it, and I had the chance to meet the Dalai Lama, and I presented the Dalai Lama with this framed photo of Sering raising the flag, and I explained to the Dalai Lama that this Tibetan man had inspired me to find joy in my life, to move on from my wars, and to dedicate myself to doing something noble and good with my life, which is, I believe now, telling the stories of brave people who believe that their freedom is worth fighting for, like the Tibetans, the Ukrainians, the Kurds, and other people around the world, the Taiwanese people who hopefully won't have to fight for their freedom, but are willing to. And then just a couple of days after seeing the Dalai Lama, I was able to actually return to see Sering. And I had a picture of myself giving his picture to the Dalai Lama. And I gave Sering a copy of that photo and said that the Dalai Lama recognized you in that photo, and he was very appreciative for the man you are. But yeah, seeing him became this pilgrimage in my life to which I have returned from time to time to kind of recalibrate myself and to return myself to this understanding that, life is, the happiness is not to be found on some mountaintop or whatever. John Krakauer said, mountains make poor receptacles for dreams. And it's true. Like, happiness is found at the base of the mountain at home. And yeah, it's a lesson that I've struggled to learn throughout my life, but I feel like I'm getting closer to understanding that as I get older.
I don't think I should say anything else after that. That was beautiful. I think this is a good place to stop. That was beautiful, and gosh, for one, inspired to go visit that part of the world now. Just hearing that, it's
I think one thing to add too, not to cut off your last train of thought here, is that we lost our war in Afghanistan. Our generation, just like our fathers. Our generation before us lost in Vietnam. And we have to deal with that, right? And I think when I first met Sering, I was trying to move on from a war that was still going on. And like, how do you walk away from a war that you fought in that's still going on and your brothers and sisters are still fighting it? And the last 2 times I've seen him, I'm dealing with the fact that I've lost my war. And it wasn't an existential war for my country's existence like the war that Sering fought. But I think he did help guide me through this idea. Like, did I waste my youth? Was it worth it? The friends that I lost, did they die in vain? Like, those are questions that I think that a lot of us who are still relatively young and doing things in our life, we just kind of like, whatever, well, move on. I'm angry, but I'm just going to deal with this. But I think at some point,
we're young enough to still distract ourselves.
Yeah. We think that we can kind of layer over that pain with new pursuits and new ventures and new things in life. But I think at some point we will need to deal with that and hopefully deal with it in a way, like I was talking about earlier, that doesn't blind us to the moments when we face a fight that is worth fighting, and to not be jaded so that we see the world only in terms of the disappointments we had with our country when our country called upon us to serve. And that in the future there may be a war, and the Ukraine is certainly that war, but our country may face a war where it's no longer a war of choice and it needs to be fought, and to make sure that we are morally and psychologically ready for when that time comes.
Thanks for coming on, Nolan. I appreciate it. You've experienced a lot. You've got a lot of wisdom to offer, and the show's still just getting off the ground, but you and some of the other folks that I've had on this are really, I think, setting the standard for what I hope subject matter expert will be. And I just appreciate you coming on and
absolutely
taking a chance on a show that hasn't even published a single episode yet. You still don't even know what one of these looks like. So,
man, when you said you were doing a podcast, I was like, I got to be on it. It's going to be a hit for sure. And I hope to come back on later, man, and talk about anything, everything and nothing. But yeah, I wish you all the best. Thanks for having me on. Above all though, just great to see you.
Yeah, I know.
It's been too long, and I'm just excited to have the chance to see you today and catch up, and
All right. Till the next time.
All right, man.